Hi, everybody. Welcome to Environmental Science Finale. If you are just coming in, hopefully make yourself comfortable and get ready. We're going to be here a while. My name is Jenny. If you haven't met me yet, if you haven't been to any of our other crams, I'm excited to get to meet everybody and get started. Hopefully you have some stuff with you. I have my giant sparkly coffee ready to go, and then a huge pile of candy to eat as we go too. So hopefully you are prepping yourself in the same way. Make sure that you have everything that you need as we start to study for environmental science. So let's go ahead and click on over to our slides here. Okay, I'll make sure that is formatted right. Get the screen a little bit. All right, and as we are all coming in, I'm going to open a poll here for you. So if you get used to the screen and where everything is, if you look directly underneath where the video is and where you just saw my smiley face, there's a Q&A there, and that is an awesome place for you to ask questions. But I want you to right now not type anything. Don't write, are you going to cover ozone depletion down there? Or can you cover ozone depletion? I'm going to talk about every major subject in environmental science. So you got to just trust me. I will talk about it. If you ask a question down there, you're going to get an answer from a real live person. We have amazing TAs that are standing by to answer every single question that comes in. So don't ask that if it's something that we're going to talk about. Now, if I talk about ozone depletion and I don't talk about like a specific question you had, then by all means ask it there. That's a really great place to get your specific question answered. You can also look at other people's questions and see if anyone else asked the same thing that you wanted to know. Our TAs will answer you as well, or they will link you to the answer that's already provided. But as we are going to have hundreds of questions coming in for them, anything to make their life a little bit easier would be awesome. So again, feel free to ask a question down there, but wait till we kind of go through the subjects first before you ask your question. Let's make it so everybody here can see our question. So how long have you been studying environmental science with us here at Fiveable? I want to know is, were you back with me March 1st at our original Cram? And we've been studying for months together, or is this your very first event with us? Interesting to know kind of where you're at. Either way, this is going to be an awesome opportunity for you as we're going to go through like everything again. And hopefully it will be a way for you to say like, hey, I really know that subject very well, and I feel very confident at it, or maybe I'll catch a few things that you hadn't done yet. So either way, it's going to be really awesome to go back through everything together. Let's go ahead here and let's publish our results to this guy. All right, so most of you, this is our first event. That's exciting. That is exciting. And I do see I have some votes here, quite a few people too that have been with me from the very start. So hi guys, I'm excited that you're still here with us. All right, let's move right along here. So even though we don't have our chat going right now, just because there are so many people here, it would just be chaos having hundreds of people talking at the same time. On any of our platforms, just know that if you have your username there when you ask a question or type something, whether that's in the Q&A under this Cram or in our Discord channel, people can see your name. So if you want to remain anonymous, you can use a different name or something just to protect yourself in that way if that is important to you. So just a heads up on doing that. And please follow along with, let me hide this poll here. Please follow along with our different social media platforms throughout this cram and throughout your AP journey and afterwards as well. We always have awesome opportunities for students to join us. You know, when you're done with your AP exams, you can come work for Fiveable and help other students learn these subjects that you're passionate about, and yeah, give back in that way afterwards. All right, and I'm going to pause on this slide for a second because some of you or most of you said that you are new, so that might mean you're new to Fiveable as well. So you might not know what Discord is. Discord is an awesome platform for us to talk to each other. So it's kind of just like a running chat room, and it is able to better handle the traffic when we have so many students here for something like a finale. So please feel free to jump on there and talk to other students as we're going. That would be another cool place to be able to ask questions as we're going. And then if so many questions come in that our poor TAs can't quite get to you right away, another student might be able to answer. And it'll be cool too for you to answer other students' questions, right? Be able to show how much you know, and be able to practice with your knowledge in that way. So I'm going to leave this up for just another second here for you if you want to jump on there as well. You can have your two screens going at the same time to be able to follow along there. So just another second with that. All right, and this is a really good really good segue for us. Our amazing CEO and co-founder, Amanda, is going to jump on here for a second and say hi to everybody. So she will join us in just a second.
What's up, apes? I'm so excited to pop in and say hello. My name is Amanda. I'm one of the co-founders of Fiveable, and I'm coming to you live from Milwaukee, where the Fiveable head HQ is. So I wanted to pop in to give you a couple of just tips for the night and just a little tiny Amanda pep talk, because who doesn't love that? We are going to be answering your questions all night on Discord, on the discussion thread below. If you need any tech issues or Fiveable related, just message the little Amanda bot with the mustache. The student success team will help you out. The other things I wanted to tell you about was we just launched a new part of Fiveable called Hours that you can see on the sidebar of Fiveable. I think it's over here. There you go. And what you can do is you can set up a study room with your friends. You could start one tonight for environmental science and just keep track in a to-do list of the things you want to make sure to review before your test. And so you can check those off and see a little progress bar and just help each other stay accountable. So that's a little fun thing for you. The second thing is that we are running our annual social media contest. So we know there's a lot going on and you're in this 5-hour stream, which is awesome. And so if you post about your AP experience on either Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok, and use the hashtag #YesWeCram, we're actually going to be giving away $100 every day to the best post of that day. So post something tonight about studying for APES. You can put something about your study setup, something about the content, something about shouting out Jenny, anything you want to like sort of put it out there on social. Just make sure you use the hashtag, make sure that you tag us at ThinkFiveable. And we're, like I said, that's $100 that's going to pay for an AP exam, essentially. So I'm really excited to see what you post. It's been fun to see, especially like what people's like setup looks like. Like someone was posting like the snacks they were eating while they were watching this 5-hour stream. So anyways, last but not least, a tiny little Amanda pep talk. I know this has been a wild year. I know that you may or may not have covered all the content in your class, and there's a lot of stress around taking these exams. So first and foremost, just take a deep breath and say it out loud, like, I got this. Right? Because you do got this. And the hardest part has happened. You've made it through this year, which makes us incredibly proud of you. Whether or not tomorrow goes as planned isn't going to matter as much as the fact that you've powered through this really difficult time, right? That is what is the most amazing thing. So a lot of the other things are out of your control. We're going to do everything we can to talk through every single concept tonight. But at the end of the day, just relax, make sure that you are confident in yourself, because that's going to be the factor that's going to have the most power in your score. So if you need anything, Fiveable is here for you. We're going to be answering, obviously, AP questions all night. But also, if you just need someone to talk to, you're just kind of like spiraling a little bit, just hit us up so that we can help talk you through it. If you need a little pep talk, like I said, the Amanda chatbot is where there are student success team that is like ready to give you basically pep talks whenever. So hit us up if you need help, and I will send it now back to Jenny so that you can get into the environmental science content. Back to you.
Exactly what Amanda was saying. We are going to cover everything we can do to support you for environmental science tonight, but I tend to get really excited about environmental science, so I talk really, really fast. But we should all take a deep breath. This is going to be a really long time together that we have to cover all this content. So let's take a deep breath. Let's make sure that we do have some snacks and stuff with us. I more specifically am going to be eating dark chocolate, Hershey's Kisses, and Sixlets. I don't know if you've ever, I remembered these from like my childhood and then found them again recently, and I'm super excited about it. So shout out to the Sixlets if you can find those. So again, make sure you have some candy or something with you. Before I go back to sharing my screen, I wanted to show you something. I made you guys a little like a to-do list, I guess, a study list. I love to-do lists and checking things off. So I made one for you, and I'm going to, in just a second, have it available for you to download. And I'll kind of walk you through, how to print that or how to edit it on your phone if you are not hooked up to a printer. I know I had to dig my printer out of the closet and plug it in and connect it to the internet. And it actually took me an embarrassingly long amount of time to get this printed. But anyways, so you can do it digitally, or you can have a printed one just like this, and I will show you digitally how to do that. But again, I love checking stuff off, and then this is a way for you to kind of sit here as we're going through everything and have a hard copy of something to check off as we're going. And then you're going to get to see like all the stuff in front of you that you know that you've learned. So that, to me, I just like really tangible lists. So anyways, I'm going to share my screen again here, and I will show you how to do that. Okay. All right, there we go. Back to our Discord screen one last time here. If you want to join that, and I highly recommend that you do. All right, let's keep moving. So what we're going to talk about tonight, how this 5 hours is going to be laid out is that we're just going to kind of look at overall what is environmental science course, what topics could be tested on, and then a very quick exam layout, what the exam is going to look like, what y'all see. And then we are going to get into units 1 through 3. I have a quiz for you to take. So you can take a quiz and see where you're at with that content now. And then we're going to go over each question of that quiz. And if you got it right or wrong, we can look at that and see, where you maybe missed that content or where was there a gotcha. Because a lot of times in the questions, it just comes down to us reading it too fast, and you knew the content, you knew the core subject that was going on, but it was like a gotcha question that some answer was more right than the one you picked or something like that. Anyway, so we'll go over all of those multiple choice type questions together to really look at them and review the content all the way through units 1 through 9. And then we'll do an FRQ review as well. So we're really going to cover everything really well as we go here. So this is me. My name is Jenny. I live in Bozeman, Montana. I've been an environmental science teacher for a really, really long time. Before I got into environmental science, I got my degree in marine biology, and I worked at different zoos and aquariums for a while, doing different shows. And then decided I'd rather go back into education. And so that kind of, long story short, is how I ended up here and working with Fiveable. Something fun about me personally, I have a little miniature golden retriever. Her name's Coda. She's really cute. She's getting a little bit old now, though. But yeah, she's a really cute little puppy. Hopefully you have your emotional support animal with you tonight, making you feel safe and happy and loved. And if you do, you can share those pictures of your cute puppies and kitties and bunnies and whatever else it might be in the Discord. So again, hopefully you joined Discord. If not, we can post that link as well. And this is Miriam. This is our environmental science TA. So she is going to be hanging out with us today. She's always here helping answer questions. And if she notices a lot of questions about like one topic or something coming up in Discord, she can message me and tell me that, and then I can go over that more specifically, different things like that. So definitely reach out to her on Discord if you have any questions. And she's in there as well, just kind of talking to people as we go. All right, so here it is. We're gonna have to get a little bit serious now and talk about some environmental science. This is the exam overall breakdown. These are the units. And some of you might be thinking right now, like, I've seen this 10 million times and I know it by heart. And some of you might be thinking, what in the world is that? I've never seen it before. So somewhere in between that, right? So if your teacher taught by like the College Board unit breakdown, that's what this is. And if they didn't, that's great too. Really, it doesn't matter. And like I've said before during the crams, like I don't think that, you know, if I'm not teaching in the classroom right now this year, but if I was, I don't think that I would necessarily follow it, you know, exactly, just because I feel like it's a little bit choppy. And you'll see that because we're going to pretty much follow it tonight. So you'll see that it kind of like, we'll be talking about like farming and then immediately talk about like mining. So it feels jumpy from the content. So it really is fine. If your teacher didn't follow these things, I'm sure your teacher covered all of the course content you needed to know, just in a different order. So it's fine if you've never seen this before. But this is what the test is made from. So this is important to know when you're trying to break down the exam itself. All right, so that thing there is called a QR code. If you've never seen one before, it is, you can scan it with your phone. So for those of you who are watching this cram on a computer, you can scan that with your phone. Just pull up the camera, like you're going to take a picture, and hold it over the QR code. Some of you are like, this person is so silly. Everybody knows how to scan a QR code. But just in case you don't do that, in case you don't, go ahead and hold your camera over the QR code, and it'll say open in Docs. Probably, and then you click that, and it's going to pull up that document I was holding up a second ago. And then from there, in the upper right-hand corner on your phone is going to be like I believe they're called a hamburger menu. So it's going to be the 3 little dots. If you click on those 3 little dots, it is, ooh, I can see so many people looking at it. Cool. Click on those 3 little dots, and then it will give you 2 options here. Well, okay, first you're going to go to share and export. And then from there, you can choose to either print it if you are connected to a printer with your phone or your computer, or you can choose to make a copy if you are not. If you click make a copy, you will now have a version that you can edit. And you can change each one of those little boxes to a emoji of your choice when you feel like you can explain that subject. So that's how we're going to use this document. I want you to, so if you print it out, you're going to be checking them off with a pen. And if you make a copy, then you're going to be like editing it. So you can either cross out the line of words, or you can like change the little checkbox that I have there to like a little heart emoji, whatever you want to do. But do that when you feel like you could explain that topic to someone else. So that's kind of our gauging tool here. Not just like, oh yeah, I know what trophic levels are. Could you explain trophic levels to somebody else? And when you feel like you could do that, check that little box off or change it. So again, I'm just going to run through that again. If you go ahead and scan the QR code with your phone camera, it's going to open up in Docs if you have the Docs app on your phone, or it's going to open up using Internet Explorer. Then the little hamburger menu, if you click on that, then you have to click on share and export. Once you click that, then you can either print it or make a copy. Either one, go ahead and do that. Now, for those of you who are like, oh no, I'm watching on my phone, what am I supposed to do? you don't have another thing to scan that with, that's okay. Underneath this window where you're watching it, there's a little option for slides. See that down there? If you click on slides, you can open our slides that we're using right now. And that is a clickable QR code. So that picture itself, once you open the slides, you should be able to touch the QR code and it will take you to that document. And you can follow the same route there too. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys just a few seconds. We have over 100 people right now downloading that document. That's cool. So go ahead and grab that document and get ready. And then go through it, right? Start going through some of these things and checking them off. If you are like, oh yeah, I know the carbon cycle like the back of my hand, I'm going to go ahead and check that one off now. See how many you can check off before we even start. I feel like that should be a huge confidence booster, right? Because this is I'm going to start moving through some of them now, but that QR code is going to stay. But so here's unit 2. This is every possible concept that you could get it tested on for this exam. So as we're going through these, check them off. Like, do you know island biogeography? Do you know adaptations? And that should be a huge confidence boost to you right at the start of this finale, that you know a lot of the topics that you could be tested on. Unit 3, populations. Unit 4, Earth systems and resources. Unit 5 is a doozy. There's a lot. There's 17 subtopics. And again, you might be like, I had no idea all this stuff could be on the exam because your teacher may not have used, this specific breakdown or shown you the specific breakdown, but I'm sure they talked about all these things. Okay, skip through that fast. Unit 6, energy resources and consumption. Unit 7, atmospheric pollution. Unit 8, aquatic and terrestrial pollution. Again, a big one. And Unit 9, my favorite, but maybe the most depressing unit, global change. So we will go through all of these now. And you saw how many of these there were, right? Let's backtrack for just a sec. Look how many possible topics there are. If we tried to talk about each one of these in depth, we would be here. It would take a whole year. So there's no way. We're going to talk about the biggest possible ones, and we're going to try and hit as many as possible, at least briefly, and then go in depth on the ones that I feel are the most important to know for the exam. All right, again, so that's that code. If we move on here and you don't have access to that code, you can always click on the slides below to get it again. All right, so let's break down the exam. The exam is broken into 2 sections. There's a multiple choice section and a free response section. In the multiple choice section, there are 80 questions, an hour and 30 minutes. So that it breaks down to like 1 minute to 1.1 minutes for each question. So let's just call it a minute a question, just to be, really, it'll go faster on some, but in general, it's about a minute a question. So for that reason, for your quizzes that we're going to do tonight, there's 15 questions in 15 minutes. So it will kind of give you a little bit of a mock trial as far as the speed that you need to go for those questions. There are some set-based questions, and what that means is you might have like a diagram, so like maybe a graph, and you'll have 3 or 4 questions on that specific diagram, or 1 or 2 questions on that diagram. So that's all it means with set-based. It might have some data that you have to interpret or some text. So there might be something short that you read, and then you'll have to answer multiple questions on that same text. So that's all it means there. It just means that not every single one of the multiple choice is going to be like its own independent world, and then you're done with it. So some might be like a group on a similar topic. All right, and section 2, the free response, there are 3 free response questions. Now, the environmental scientists, I know this, it doesn't really matter to you because you don't really care too much what they did 2 years ago. You care about what the test is like, tomorrow. But it used to be 4 questions, and now it is only 3. The only reason why that kind of would matter to you is that there's not a ton of material out there showing what the exam or what the FRQs are going to look like for you specifically, because they just changed the exam in 2020. And then we all know 2020 fell apart and the exam was not done as it normally was. So really the environmental science exam is kind of just being done for the first time in its new form. So that's the only way that it kind of impacts us. And we'll see that. I'm pulling an older FRQ for our review at the end here. But I think for the most part, the structure is going to be the same, other than in the new exam, there is a question specifically on scientific method and being able to develop a experiment or break apart an experiment. And I did a whole cram specifically on that. So if that's something that gives you a ton of anxiety, specifically that question, there's a whole hour-long cram on that where we break apart different Mythbuster videos and look for the parts of an experiment so that you'll be ready to do that on the exam, if that's the form it takes. They might want you to write an experiment. So anyways, without getting too stuck into this, that is kind of the structure of the exam. There's going to be 3 questions. Again, one is an investigation or an experiment type of, one is analyzing an environmental problem and posing a solution. And one is doing that, but using calculations. And again, any calculations that are going to be on the APES test are not going to be super high level. For the most part, you're going to need to be able to do a calculation and convert something, convert amounts of nitrogen and fertilizer per square foot, that kind of stuff. So we really got to set up our fractions well. We got to make sure we write out our units. That kind of thing is really important, but not really high level math. Don't let that intimidate you. All right. All right, guys, let's jump on into it here. Units 1 through 3. So unit 1, the living world ecosystems, and unit 2, the living world biodiversity, and unit 3, population. So if you'll just notice here, unit 1 and 2 are not heavily tested. So this section is going to be less, the first 3 units are less than 1/3 of the test. So that's important to know. If you're going to divide your time, some of you are on the East Coast, and by the end of this, it is going to be bedtime. But if you have to focus your time on specific things to focus on unit 7, 8, 9, more than units 1, 2, 3. But anyways, we're going to start with units 1, 2, 3 here, and jump into our first quiz. Here we go with another QR code. I believe these links are also directly below the video where I'm talking to. You can see in the description, the outline of the course, you'll see where it says quizzes 1 through 3 for units 1 through 3. Anyways, go ahead and scan this QR code and begin taking that quiz. There's 15 questions. When it tells you at the end, it's going to give you your answers. Don't close that. Keep that up, because as we go through our slides now, I want you to know whether you got a question right or wrong. Because if you got the question wrong, you really, really, really have to pay attention to that slide. And if you got it right, then that is a kudos. You can go ahead and probably check that off of your to-do list that we have and that we created. All right, so I'm going to start our music here already, and I'm going to give you 15 minutes to take this quiz, and then we are going to go over the answers together. All right, guys, good luck. right, guys. Welcome back. Let me throw a poll up here for you while we were gone. I want to know, let's open this one and I will show it on the screen. How'd the timing feel? Did you have time to go get a snack? Did you need more time, or did you finish right on time? And the reason I'm asking that is awesome. So far, we have a ton of votes, and so far, no one has said they needed more time. And I want that to be your first, deep breath. Everything's going to be okay. I know it seems a question a minute seems like it's going to be just panic, but it's really not. That's plenty of time to do this exam. You know this content, so it's really plenty of time to go through it. And so that's why I think it's important to practice at that same timing. And 15 minutes for me, that felt like forever. I was waiting till it was time to come back. So hopefully you were able to get up and stretch as well. So we're going to do 2 more quizzes like that. And I want you to use that time to get up. You can't sit here for the whole 5 hours. So you got to get up and get a snack, go to the bathroom, go do something during that quiz time too. And votes are still coming in. Let's go ahead and publish results for that. 80% of people felt that they had time to go and grab a snack too. So for the most part, we're feeling very doable, right? Very doable amount of time. All right, let's jump into it. We got to cover some content here. Make sure you keep your, oh no, hold on. Keep your quiz up. So when we do this content review, we're going to go through each of those questions. You can see which ones that you missed. There were definitely some misconceptions on some of the questions. So that is something that would be a very easy, quick fix for us to go over now so that you feel confident moving forward. Again, the QR codes to the quiz are always going to appear on the slides in case you're coming in late and you wanted to go back and take that. Anyways, let's jump into it. Net primary productivity. The correct answer for this one is the total amount of energy stored. Net primary productivity is the amount stored. Gross primary productivity is the total rate of photosynthesis that's happening. Primary productivity is when plants convert solar energy into the organic materials in their bodies. And this is done by any kind of plant. So again, it could be a vascular plant like the trees or shrubs outside, or it could be single-celled plants like in that picture on the bottom right there, where you have billions and billions and billions of single-celled algae floating around in the ocean that are doing this primary productivity. So again, the major difference here is looking at how much total energy, the total rate of photosynthesis, and then the total energy stored in the bodies of those little guys. And that's because some energy is lost to their own growth and reproduction, right? So that is the difference between growth and net, is the total amount that they do and the total amount that they are able to store. A marine biologist is studying a kelp ecosystem. She notices that sea urchins eat the kelp and that sea otters eat the urchins and protect the kelp forest. In this scenario, the sea urchin can be classified as a primary consumer. So as we move up the food or energy pyramid here, there are different levels of consumers. These are called trophic levels. So you would have your primary producers, which again are plants. Any form of plant, anything that does photosynthesis is going to be a primary producer. And then your primary consumers, that's going to be things that eat plants. So it could be, like in this case, the urchin, or it could be a deer or a cow, anything that eats that, or something very small. It could be like a grasshopper. Excuse me. And then your secondary consumers are your first level of organism that eats like another animal. And then as you continue to go up, you can just use different levels like tertiary or an apex predator. Each one of those trophic levels, as you move up your pyramid here, only a certain amount of energy is going to be able to move up. And that's where we get our rule of 10 or a rate of 10. And that's 10% of energy is going to be able to move up each trophic level. 90% of the energy at any trophic level is going to be lost as heat. And this can kind of then be reinterpreted as well when we're looking at biomass of organisms at these different trophic levels. So you're always going to have, like, let's say you had 100, or let's go with 1,000. Let's say you had 1,000 pounds of grass in an ecosystem that could support maybe 100 pounds of grasshoppers in that ecosystem, that then could support 10 pounds of sparrows in that ecosystem. And then that could support 1 pound of, let's go with maybe like a hawk in that ecosystem. So if you have a 10-pound hawk, you can do the math backwards to figure out how much grass you would have to support one hawk living in that ecosystem. That's kind of how these energy or biomass pyramids work. And again, you're only going to go 10% up for every level. So that's that rule of 10. And your different consumers on every level are rated in I guess, in how many different levels away from that producer that they are. And again, we'll talk about this too when we get to it, but this kind of goes with bioaccumulation as well. So every time something goes up a level, that bioaccumulation of chemicals goes up, where the energy doesn't necessarily. So you're going to have, like, your hawk is going to have 1,000 times more maybe DDT in its system than your primary consumer or your very low level fish might have. All right, let's keep going. I do want to tell you guys, do not try and take notes on every single thing I'm going to say, because I'm going to talk super fast to cover as many possible subjects as we can. If I say something that you're like, oh man, I need to remember that, write it down. But for the most part, sit back, get something to drink, relax, and listen. You know this information already. Let me throw more information at you really fast right here. And you're going to be able to absorb it on top of what you already know. If you are trying to write as fast as you possibly can, you're just going to feel exhausted and stressed. And that's the last thing that we want for today. So how I kind of design these slides is every slide that has the blue banner, that is one of our quiz questions. And then I threw in some supporting slides that cover similar topics because I didn't want to miss anything. But we might not have time to go over all the supporting slides. So they are here for you. You can print out these slides and highlight stuff. But again, I'll try to do everything we can, but look at it, we're already an hour in. So we got to get moving. Anyway, so just kind of breaking down some of these terms that go along with organisms, predator and prey, symbiosis. These terms are often on the exam and they're really confusing for some reason. Like, why are there so many words that say almost the same thing? But anyways, hopefully these emojis will help you figure it out exactly what they mean. Mutualism is two organisms working together and they're both very happy. Commensalism is one doesn't care and one is very happy. And then parasitism, one is very happy and one is very sad with those kind of situations. And then resource partitioning is also an important idea to think about. Resource partitioning is when organisms realize that there's just too many people trying to get the same stuff. So, hey, let's split it up in some way, whether that's by time. With moths and butterflies, they're pretty much the same critter, but one comes out during the day and one comes out at night. Sometimes animals can resource partition as far as like, okay, I'm going to live on the bottom of the tree and you live at the top of the tree. Different things like that. So just when organisms kind of make themselves a little bit different so that they don't directly compete with other organisms that are very similar to them. Same thing would be like birds and bats, right? Bats come out at night. They do the same things as birds. They're little and they fly around and eat insects, but they have, they come out at different times, not direct competition. All right, based on the diagram, identify the group of living organism that plays a large role in the nitrogen cycle by completing the chemical process that takes atmospheric nitrogen and makes it into an organic compound. You guys rocked this one on the quiz. Very, very high accuracy on this question. It is bacteria. Bacteria do nitrogen fixation. Bacteria live in the soil and around the roots of plants, specifically legume type plants like peanuts. And they are able to take atmospheric nitrogen and fix it in a way that it can be absorbed into plants' bodies. So it's a very important stage. Otherwise, nitrogen is atmospheric. The majority of our air or atmosphere is made up of nitrogen. And the other main thing you need to know for the nitrogen cycle is that humans artificially introduce it via fertilizer into the ecosystem, typically on farms. I wanted to hit the other cycles as well briefly, carbon cycle, and where carbon comes from and where it moves to. Carbon is in the body of all living things. It is constantly cycling via photosynthesis and cellular respiration back and forth into the solid bodies of organisms and then out into the atmosphere as well. In addition, burning the bodies of organisms, whether that be trees or fossil fuels, will release large amounts of that carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere. The phosphorus cycle, another important one. Phosphorus is often a limiting factor in growth in many ecosystems. Phosphorus is put into fertilizers in order to help plants grow. It's mined, its largest reservoirs, either in ocean sediments or in terrestrial rock layers. And humans can cause eutrophication events by adding large amounts of phosphorus and nitrogen to soil that then run off when it rains. We'll specifically talk about eutrophication a little bit more later as well. And then the water cycle, this one's an easy one. You guys have got this down. The water cycle is just the changes in temperature on the earth caused by heat energy coming in from the sun, causes water to evaporate, condense into clouds, and then precipitate down as rain or snow. As it moves around the earth, it picks up different sediments and moves them around. It causes erosion and weathering of rocks. Earth's available fresh water is very, very little. So the fresh water that we have in total is 2.5%, meaning like the oceans are the other 96.5%. And then of that fresh water, the majority of it here is locked up in groundwater or glaciers. So available fresh water, meaning like we could drink it, reasonably easy tomorrow from lakes and rivers, is very, very, very small. So that is why the pollution of our drinking water is a really bad thing. We got to make sure we don't do that because there's not a lot. And there are things we can do, like we can desalinate ocean water, but that requires a lot of energy. And how do we get that energy? Probably by burning coal. Right? So that is kind of what we need to know about the water cycle, is that there is just not very much available fresh water. Again, fresh water without salt doesn't mean it's clean. All right, moving right along here. An ecologist is writing up documentation to convince developers to leave a wetland as is. What fact is inaccurate about the benefits of a wetland? The correct answer here is wetlands are ideal for grazing cattle and other livestock. Wetlands would be a horrible place to put your cows. They would get stuck in the mud. They would hate their lives. So that would be a bad place to put your livestock. But the other things are definite benefits of wetlands. Wetlands are very, very productive biomes. And they are a place where that fresh water meets salt water. So typically they are brackish. That's a word meaning brackish water is water that has salt in it. So you can't call it fresh water because fresh water means no salt. And ocean water changes the amount of salt that it has in it, depending if it's right next to a river or if it's in like an inlet that has high evaporation rates. It's going to have like more salt then, right? If the water's evaporating out. But for the most part, 3.5% salt is what ocean water is at. So a estuary or any sort of wetland like this is going to be less salt than the ocean, but definitely not fresh water either. Also, you're going to have the benefit of all of the nutrients that would be in the ocean and all of the nutrients that are going to be coming out from the river. Typically, rivers are just like packed filled with nutrients, right? Because of all of the erosion that's happening on the way down. So they're pulling out all of this nutrients, especially if it goes by a farm that a farmer has, used a ton of fertilizer. Now we've got all the nitrogen and phosphorus we could want. Typically, phosphorus is the limiting factor in growth in the ocean. So when you add phosphorus to the ocean, you have large algal blooms or lots of algae growing. Anyways, these estuaries are huge places for growth. So you have a ton of plant growth there, as well as it's a really safe place for baby fish and baby birds and shellfish. The majority of baby sea creatures are born in these wetlands or estuaries, and that's why they're so important. So they are very at risk of eutrophication, which there's that word again. You definitely need to know what eutrophication is on the exam. We will go over it specifically. I have a whole slide on it. But they are at risk of eutrophication, and they are, a place for little baby animals to grow and be safe. And so if we destroy them, that would directly impact all of those little organisms that are trying to grow there. So wetlands are one of the most important places to protect as far as diversity and impact on the overall environment. Okay, now remember what I said about supplementation slides. I put I guess it's after this one. It's after this one. So I have this one's like our marine or aquatic biome. And then I have a question on terrestrial biomes. And then I added all of the slides on terrestrial and aquatic biomes, which we don't have time. It would take us an hour just to go over all of those. So we don't have time to go over all of them specifically, but they're in there for you in case you wanted to review them. All right, our next question here. A scientist is tracking reindeer migrations and notices that they spend a significant amount of time on the permafrost. What type of biome are they in? Your key there, well, if you could use the reindeer as a key, but also really the permafrost, that's going to be the tundra. The tundra is characterized by the presence of permafrost. All right, so the tundra is really the northmost ecosystem or biome. And what the permafrost is mud. So it's mud that is permanently frozen. And every summer, the top layer of it, like we could say like the top foot or so, thaws out. So as it becomes warm there, that top foot thaws out into mud again. And it's just like an amazing breeding ground for mosquitoes. So permafrost has like billions of mosquitoes living there. And that actually like drives the reindeer migrations because they just get so like bothered by getting bit with so many mosquitoes. And I've actually like been up to Alaska and seen this, and I cannot express to you how gross it is. There are so many mosquitoes that you literally breathe them in. Like you can't walk around without breathing in mosquitoes because there are just hundreds of them on you at any time. And they like, even you have like bug spray on, like that doesn't do anything. And they're like biting you through your shoes. It's just insanity. So anyways, the tundra has like little tiny plants. They have to be extremely hardy because they have to survive being frozen for long periods of time. They have to survive their little roots not being able to dig down into the soil. It couldn't support trees because the ground is so frozen that like tree roots couldn't get in. So anyways, that's the tundra, and humans are impacting it in the way that with climate change, it might not freeze entirely every year, or larger, more depth every year is going to thaw out and become this like swampy mud area instead of being like hard and frozen throughout the year. Okay. So here, this is what I was talking about. I have all of the terrestrial biomes here if you want to go back and review them. So it's the tundra, the taiga or the boreal forest, which is like a very northernmost forest. It's extremely cold in this area as well. Not a lot of precipitation, not a lot of rain because it is so cold. There is like a snow, but for the most part, it is frozen. Temperate rainforest. So these are kind of a more rare ecosystem. These would be like the Pacific Northwest. If you are in like Humboldt area or Oregon or Washington. So they're rainforests, but temperate rainforests, and it rains a lot in these areas. Temperate seasonal forests. So these forests have a lot more deciduous trees. Deciduous trees are trees that lose their leaves every year. Oops. Opposite of like an evergreen. Evergreen trees are like Christmas trees that have needles, and they're not going to lose their leaves. Deciduous trees have flat broadleaves, and they lose them every year. So there would be a lot more of those in these temperate seasonal forests. Temperate seasonal forests tend to be some of the most productive like forest ecosystems, and that's why the majority of them have actually been lost. So they've been logged and stuff to make different farming communities. Tropical rainforest, this one we're all pretty familiar with. This would be like the Amazon rainforest. Very, very high rain, extremely high productivity and biodiversity, only outdone by the coral reefs if we were looking at tropical as well for the biomes here. Shrubland, so this could be called like chaparrals as well. So Southern California near the beach. So these are going to be like waist high or maybe head high shrubs, extremely dry area. These places are at extremely high risk of fire burns. So this is definitely areas that we see over and over again burning in the summer. Temperate grasslands, so these are like the prairies in the center of the US. These would be the places that have very large herds of grazing animals like bison. And obviously it's a grassland. Grass is one of the most productive organisms on our planet. It's like a rhizoid, so the majority of the plant's like vital structures are underneath the dirt. That's why you can like mow it down, right? You can't like mow other plants and have them just like pop back up next week. So grass is highly adapted to living with large grazing animals. So like in theory, if you thought about like all the grass outside, you could have an enormous herd of giant animals come through and eat all the grass and then like walk away, and the grass would pop right back up and be just fine next week. And so you could support enormous amounts of large animals on grasslands. Savannas are the same way. A savanna and a grassland, that's kind of hard to like break apart, right? Like what's the difference? You can see the difference in those pictures that we have though, right? Our temperate grassland is not going to support trees, where our savanna is. Savannas are a lot of grass and small trees, right? So that's the main difference there. And then deserts are going to have a hard time supporting any plant life that's not specifically adapted to living in an extremely dry area. And this is where cactuses and other very hardy succulents and those types of plants have evolved to live, as well as animals that are very highly adapted as well to living without water. Small animals too. You have to have things that are able to regulate their heat very well and to survive on very small amounts of food and water. Right, and then the aquatic biomes quickly. Estuaries, that's what we just talked about. Whoa. Coral reefs. Coral reefs are the most biodiverse ecosystem on our planet. They are found in warm, shallow water. They have coral in them. Coral are animals that are a combination between, it's an animal that has algae living in its skin. These animals they have like multi-stage life cycles. They essentially look like a tiny anemone. They're related to anemones. And there's a map there where like all the major coral reefs are found. And they experience coral bleaching events with large temperature swings. They can't handle it getting too hot. It's already warm water. So if it gets warmer, the algae inside them can die. And then open ocean is another biome. Open ocean is basically what it sounds like. These are the different major areas of the open ocean, but you know what? You don't need to memorize that. If you're like, what in the world? I've never seen that before. That's fine. You don't need to memorize that. The main words that you need to know in association with ocean biomes is the word maybe benthic. Benthic would mean something living on the bottom, or pelagic. Pelagic would mean something living, swimming around in the water, right? In the water, or maybe intertidal. And intertidal would be something living like in the waves in between the tides. So those are the main like areas that organisms can live. And then the other two major terms that you would need to know is photic zone. Photic, as in photo or light, is anywhere that light is going to be hitting. It's important to know where the light hits because that's where you're going to have photosynthesis, right? That's the primary producer, basis of all of our food chains. The photic zone, really important. The photic zone is going to be like the first, essentially, like 200 meters down. And after that, you're really not getting very much light. It's not going to really support much photosynthesis. And then it becomes aphotic or not having light. So aphotic means no light. All right. And then there's our intertidal zone. Intertidal zones are really highly productive areas of the ocean as well because you are having like a ton of sunlight, you're having a lot of nutrients be kicked up by the waves, and you have a place for organisms to hold on to with the different rocks and stuff. So that's where you get like tide pools with all of these cool different little critters living there. So you have like the ochre sea star there, and you have they're just like a ton of different organisms living in these little tide pools, and they have to deal with like extreme changes that, you know, not a lot of other animals could deal with. Extreme temperature changes as the water heats up or gets very cold. Salt changes with those as well. They have to deal with being smashed by waves and birds having access to them as well as other animals. So those are all intertidal animals. And again, fresh water is water that is not salty. Doesn't mean that it is clean, just means that it is not salt water. Other aquatic ecosystems here. So these are our freshwater ecosystems, so streams and rivers, any water that is flowing or moving from one way to another. Rivers are going to be larger than streams. Typically, these ecosystems at the very origin of where they're from, so high up in the mountains, are going to have fast-moving, highly oxygenated, nutrient-poor water. Whereas once it's kind of slowed down, the river has spread out and widened. You're going to have the water warming up. Warm water inherently is going to be able to hold less gases in it. As you know, think about the chemistry here, the molecules in warm water are going to be moving around faster. They're going to be pushing out any of that gases that were in there. So warm waters are going to have less dissolved oxygen in them and more nutrients. So just different types of organisms are going to evolve to live in these different types of water. And then lakes and ponds, these are some of the different terms that go with lakes and ponds and the different areas that something can be found or something could live in a lake or a pond. Lakes are larger than ponds. And again, this water is going to be fairly stagnant. Some lakes are super deep, so keep that in mind too. We're not talking about necessarily like shallow water. Some lakes in different parts of the world are incredibly deep and hold massive amounts of organisms and nutrients. So, you know, I don't think you're going to need to know these terms, but here they are. Don't write them down. Just look at them and think about them for a little bit. And then maybe if they are on the exam, you will have seen them before. But again, that's very specific. All right, let's jump back in to our next question here. Okay, the amount of any one given species relative to another in a given area is the measurement of, and that is species evenness. And this one always gets us. I feel like anytime that there are words, and people who have been with me from the start of Crams know I feel this way. Like I can't stand when there are two words that look like almost identical and they mean like almost identically things, but different. I feel like it's just whoever named them these things were just trying to make our lives hard. Anyway, scientists measure the number of different species in an ecosystem as species richness, and the relative abundance of each species in comparison to each other is species evenness. So you might be sitting there right now like, what in the world? So let's break this down a little bit, right? So Scientists measure the number of different species in an ecosystem as species richness. The reason why we need these two terms is because you could look out into a field and you could say, there are 10 different species of birds out there, right? There's 10 different species. But the majority of, if there's 100 different birds out there and 90 of them are one, like crows, and then you have one robin and one bluebird and one finch, your overall species evenness is going to be very low. And it's important to know this when we do things like, there's another question coming up here that is, it's our next question, that it talks about the Shannon's index. And so we'll kind of segue into that too. But the reason why environmental scientists look at things like this is because sometimes we have to make hard decisions. And sometimes you have to decide, well, should we put up a housing complex over here or over there? And why does it matter? And it might matter that one area might have a higher, I guess, Shannon's index or species diversity than another. And in order to really break that down, we have to compare these two ways of looking at things. So not only do you have to look at the total number of different species in an area, you have to look at how many of each species is there. Because if you have 100 organisms living in one area and 90 of them are crows, and you only have one finch and one robin, you know, that's not a very diverse ecosystem. But if you have another field where you look at that one and there are 100 organisms and there are 10 crows and 10 robins and 10 finches and 10 bluebirds, that's a very diverse ecosystem. There's a lot of different species that are really counting on or relying on that ecosystem and are able to perpetuate their population there. So it might be a better idea to keep that other ecosystem. It might have a better impact on biodiversity to not, you know, alter that one ecosystem. So that's kind of where this breaks down. And let's go to that next question, because this is exactly what I was just talking about, you know, the same idea. So ecologists use which of the following measurements to calculate biodiversity? By looking at the number of species present and their abundance, and that's Shannon's index. And so that's just what we're talking about there. That is how you calculate Shannon's index, that equation right there. So it when you first look at that, it looks like really like, oh my gosh, I don't know how to do that. But it's actually, you know, a really simple equation. So it's just the proportion of individuals that represent each species, and that's the PI that you would be plugging into that equation. And then you'd also be looking at the total number of species, right? So that's what we were just talking about, the total number of species. There's 10 different ones. And then the proportion of each individual species. So if you had those two ecosystems we were talking about, you can actually calculate it and come out with a solid, like a number, something that then that is tangible. And you can run this Shannon's index equation on, you know, every ecosystem that you want to study and compare them. And so you could say like, wow, it's really diverse in these different cities versus these other areas, and identify places that might be better. Let's say you wanted to build a factory or a power plant. Some places are just going to be better to do that if your main focus was environmental impact, right? Obviously, it's typically not the case. But if it was, you could calculate, you could actually come up with a number that would represent your impact on biodiversity, you know, by damaging a certain ecosystem versus another. So hopefully that kind of breaks it down a little bit more, you know, why we need these two things, species richness and species evenness, and then how you use that in environmental science to make decisions to, I guess, mitigate your overall impact. Okay, which of the following is not a process that leads to evolution of a new species? And this question got some of you, right? I definitely, I tripped some of you up with this one. So let's definitely take your time here looking at this one. Which of the following is not a process that leads to the evolution of a new species? So to get a new species, a natural selection will help get you a new species, right? So that's our those are our birds. I like blinked on what they're called. Those are our birds dancing around down there. And that is natural selection. Those female birds are extremely choosy, and they're only going to choose the male birds that do the craziest dance. And they're naturally selecting in a way that's going to drive forming a new species, right, over time. So that's natural selection. Artificial selection, that's our picture of our dogs there. Humans can artificially do the same thing. So instead of the female being the choosy one that's going to drive, the development of a new species, humans can do that. So, right, we're going to just specifically breed for height or temperament or whatever we're looking for, and that will drive the creation of a new species. The next two kind of confuse people: random breeding or genetic drift. So a defined genetic drift for you. Genetic drift is the relative frequency of alleles in a population and the fact that some will disappear if an individual does not produce. So let's say these birds, I don't know why I'm like blanking on what kind of birds they are. Like I should know that name. I'm completely drawing a blank on what those birds are called now. Anyways, so let's say that the male of this species of bird has a recessive allele to being red, right? So instead of having that blue stripe on it, it's red. And the females hate red. Let's just say they hate red. So that allele, over time, anytime that it's recessive, right? So you'd have to have a female that was also recessive for it, and then the baby would have a chance of being born expressing that gene or expressing that phenotype of being red. And every time one that was born with the color red happened, that male did not reproduce because the other females were like, ugh, we don't like red. So over time, the frequency of that red gene would get less and less and less because it's not getting passed down. It's only when it's like recessive. And over time, it's going to disappear. And then no one would have the allele for having red coloring anymore. So that's what genetic drift means, is that over time, alleles that are not advantageous to reproduction, so it's not going to increase your chance of reproduction, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's attractive to the opposite sex. It might just mean, if that bird was born with one wing, it's not going to survive, so it's not going to reproduce. So that allele, in addition, would be less likely to happen over time, right? So anything that's going to reduce your chance on reproducing, whether that's surviving to reproductive age or attracting a mate, whatever it is, being able to raise your children as well. Anything that's going to impact your ability to do that, over time, it's going to disappear. So that's what genetic drift is. So that's a little bio review. And all that leads us is random breeding. When a huge population of organisms, if they're just randomly reproducing and they don't care about like what the other one looks like, or, there's no advantage, like nothing advantageous that's going on in order to select. So there's no like pressures from the ecosystem or like appearance pressures or competition, that's going to not lead to the development of a new species. So in general there, the major factors that lead to the evolution of a new species are mutations, gene flow, genetic drift, and natural selection or like purposeful breeding. So that answer there would have been C, random breeding. And then here is just our slide again on some of the different adaptations, some of these words again, like phenotype and genotype. Genotype, again, is your genetics. Phenotype is your physical features. And then different adaptations of organisms and their survival. So how different organisms, different examples like the peppered moth, and how different phenotypes can become advantageous at different times and lead to survival or adaptation. All right, guys, moving right along here. The diagram shows a fire occurring in a forest at year 0. At what year did the forest recover back to 100% of the total organic material it had before the fire? And does this represent primary or secondary succession? So you got like a few things going on here. First of all, you got to look at the diagram. You have your fire at year 0. It recovers by year 80, right? So the first answer there is 80. Now, is this primary or secondary? And how would you know? It's a fire, so that's going to tell you that it is secondary. Anytime that a ecosystem is recovering with soil, it's secondary succession. Primary succession is going to be when there is no soil. So if our diagram changed and it wasn't a fire and it was a volcanic eruption, that would have been primary succession. So with this one, again, it is secondary succession, 80 years. And that is, again, because the presence of soil was there. Other things that could cause like a complete disaster but still have soil would be like clear cutting, or a storm, like a huge flood might kill all of the trees, but wouldn't destroy the soil. So again, anything that has soil is going to be really important for distinguishing the difference between those two. Right, let's keep moving. That brings us to my other two favorite words in environmental science is resistance and resilience, because those also sound identical. Resistance is the ability of an ecosystem or a species to survive a disturbance, and resilience is the ability to bounce back after experiencing a disturbance. So resistant to being destroyed and resilient, it can come right back if it gets destroyed. And most fire areas are extremely resilient. They are not resistant. They are highly flammable and they burn almost every year. As we can see, it's already fire season has started in the West, but they'll bounce right back. The first time it rains, it'll be all green again. And then these are some other long-term cycles that cause these massive changes, things like climate change, sea level change, or tectonic processes as well. Sudden changes would be things like volcanic eruptions, meteor impacts, earthquakes, fires, and storms. These are other natural events that can cause a succession event afterwards. Right, moving right along with our questions here, guys. Scientists observed that kelp forests off the coast of California disappeared after sea otters were hunted to extinction. When they were introduced to their natural habitats again, they noticed that the otters eat urchins and keep their numbers low so that the kelp could grow back. In this case, sea otters are an example of a keystone species, and you guys really got this one as well. Very high accuracy on this question. Keystone species that keep their ecosystem going. So without sea otters, like the entire kelp forest fell apart. So those are really important organisms. Other important like terms to know is indicator species. Often frogs are considered indicator species because they're so delicate. They breathe through their skin. They absorb everything through their skin. So if you pollute the waterways, they just die. They don't have a way of kind of like dealing with that. So frogs are really good indicator species, meaning that they are going to be the first to go if an environment is under stress. And then pioneer species is another term you might hear. Pioneer species, definitely going with that succession, are the first species to move into an ecosystem after a large event, like a upheaval event or something. And that would be like, that's a picture of a lichen, which is half fungus and half plant. So it is able to move in very quickly into different ecosystems. All right. There's a lot of words on this slide. It's a little intimidating. I'm not gonna read them all to you because it's a lot. So it's there for you if you feel like you need to go back and study this concept more. Oysters release thousands of eggs each time they reproduce. A majority of these offspring are eaten before they even have a chance to develop a shell and attach to a substrate. However, if they do, oysters can live for many years. This is an example of a survivorship curve type 3. So something that has a very high mortality rate. If you look at that diagram there, that's our survivorship curves. And And time along the bottom is going to be like your lifespan and percentage of organisms surviving on the other axis. So type 3 is going to have like a ton of the babies die. And then if they become an adult, they live for a very long time. Whereas humans are the opposite. We're type 1, where it's very unusual for our offspring to die. We have very high survivorship of offspring, and then we sort of hit like an old age. And then typically you die around that time. So for the most part, humans all live to like around 70 or 80, and then we experience a lot of different illnesses after that time. Which of the following is not a trait of an R-selected species? So I have our chart again here for our K and R. So which of the following is not a trait of an R-selected species? And that would be have long lifespans. R-selected species tend to be small. They have a lot of babies, little to no parental care, and they mature very early. So that would be like our little baby octopus right there. And then K-selected typically are very large organisms or large organisms. They have very few offsprings in each reproductive event. A lot of parental care, so like an elephant or a human takes care of their babies for years and years. And they take a very long time to mature. So sometimes, they can mature would be like to hit reproductive age. So it takes some of these organisms, 10 to 20 years before they can even begin to reproduce. So typically things that are K-selected are very high potential of becoming endangered species, because if it takes 20 years for a single baby to even be able to reproduce again, very high potential to become endangering. Whereas R-selected, they are much higher potential to become invasive species because they can get in and reproduce very, very quickly. As people develop more and more natural habitats into cities, blank species tend to be better at adapting to living with humans. And your answer here would be generalist species. So generalists typically are able to eat a wide variety of things. They can live in a wide range of ecosystems. A really good example of a generalist is going to be a raccoon or a pigeon, cockroaches, things like that. They're happy to live anywhere, eat anything. And they are resilient. They can live in the freezing cold or in the tropical rainforest. So like a raccoon, those guys can live like through anything. So very high potential to become invasive into new areas. Specialist species, so like a panda is not going to invade and take over. They only eat like one type of bamboo, and they take forever to reproduce, and they're like super sensitive to temperature. And so, yeah, you're not going to have like invasive pandas running around in your city, where you might have some invasive raccoons running around. All right. A country with a low birth rate and a low death rate is likely to experience a diminishing population. So a low birth rate and a low death rate is going to experience a diminishing population. So these age structure diagrams show our populations over time. And as population has anything that has like an extremely low birth rate, you're going to begin to see that diminishing population, right? And you can see the change. So this kind of like age structure change from left to right happens as countries become more industrialized and have more access to modern medicines and education. And you're going to see a reduction of children being born as women have access to going to school and family planning, medical support, so they can choose how many kids they want to have. And as that happens, you see a drastic drop in the number of babies that are being born. And then as medical advances happen, you'll see a lowering death rate as well, because people are living longer. And eventually you get kind of this top-heavy population where you have more elderly people than young people. And that can be bad because it's hard to, if you just one person and you have 4 grandparents that you personally are trying to support and pay for them to live, maybe in a support home, or you're just trying to send them some money, that's a lot on one person. Whereas if you looked at like the other diagram, you'd have maybe 1 grandparent and 15 grandkids being able to send some help. So as cities become more industrialized, that's something that they're kind of facing, is a very heavy elderly population. Which of the following is not a way humans have altered their natural carrying capacity? And this is kind of like a question that might throw you off, I guess. So how have humans not altered their natural carrying capacity? And that is developed family planning methods. Developing family planning methods, so like birth control, that would reduce the total amount of humans, right? But that's not our carrying capacity. That would reduce, how many people are being born, but that carrying capacity is how many people the earth can hold. So this is one of those questions that may have gotten you if you didn't stop and think about it, right? So developing family planning will reduce the amount of people, but that's not what the question is asking. So like, how have humans been able to adjust, right? Like how have humans been able to adjust the amount of people that we could have? That's carrying capacity. So anyways, the correct answer there is developed family planning methods, because that is not a way to alter our carrying capacity. Ways to alter our carrying capacity are intensive animal farming, like that picture of our chickens there. We can grow more food. Irrigation methods. If we can pump water into the desert, we can grow more food for ourselves. We can live in the desert. We can do all kinds of cool stuff. And then building vertically. If we build up, we can have so many more people living on top of each other than we could as if we all had like our own single story home. We would need so much more land in order to do that. Whew. Okay, guys, we are a third of the way done. And that took an hour and a half or so. So at this rate, we'll see where we get to. If we don't get to the FRQ at the end, you guys can do it on your own. I have the answers there, so you could like practice writing it on your own, but we'll just see how we go. I don't want it to feel too rushed through the content. I want to definitely take our time with the content. So we are going to take another quiz here. Before we do that though, I wanted to bring up one point. As far as I know, the College Board has not officially released a scoring worksheet that reflects the changes they made to the new exam, as far as I know. But for the last exam that had 4 questions, it's not graded like your grades are in your classroom. You don't need to get a 90% like to get an A type of thing. Typically around a 50%, slightly above a 50%, would have gotten you like a 3. So if you think about how you did in our last exam, our average, I can double check it now. The last time I looked, our average score was 10. I don't know what it's doing. Hold on. Yeah, our average is 10 out of 15. So that would absolutely be a passing score. You don't need to get 15 out of 15, right? You don't need to get 100% on your AP exams. And we could break it, like they don't, as far as I know, they haven't released like a specific breakdown of like how many multiple choice questions you would need to get right, in order to pass it. And again, it does matter how well you do on the FRQs. But for the most part, don't feel like you need to, on these quizzes, get 100% to pass your AP exam. If you get like a 50, you're doing pretty good, right? So we'll try and push you a little higher than that. If you're getting 10 out of 15, I want you to give yourself a pat on the back. You're doing really well, okay? So just know that. Don't stress out if you miss some of these questions. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and take our next quiz here, units 4 through 6. And then you have to get up and go get yourself a snack or something, get some water. I'm already feel like I'm losing my voice. So I'm going to drink some coffee and eat some of my candies here. But But yeah, then we're going to jump right back into it. Okay. So I'm going to put 15 minutes on the clock, take your quiz and take a break. All right, guys. Let's come back together here. And I did want to remind you too, to go back to that sheet that we got at the beginning. Let's see, hold on. Let me see if I can pop on out of here. All right. Just going to go back to the very beginning here in case someone decided to come in a little bit late. Remember, we pulled this QR code up and we made I can present over here. We have an awesome document that will allow you to check off your understanding as we go. And we are now through Unit 3. We've got that all done. You guys just took your quiz for Unit 4, 5, 6. But you should go back now, or if you already have done it, go back and check off anything that you now feel comfortable with. You should be doing it like as we go. But if you feel like you could explain it, check it off. And then that way, when we're done talking, you'll have like a very specific list that's like, man, I still don't understand carrying capacity. Let me go look that up. But hopefully when you walk away from this finale, you will have a very specific list of things that you still have to study, right? We're going to make it easy for you to know what you're supposed to be doing. I feel like that's always like my biggest complaint when I'm studying for a test is like, where do I even start? What am I supposed to study? So hopefully this will help you. All right. You ready to get some more content? Oh man. There we go. All right. My computer's doing that thing where it like makes crazy loud sounds like it might explode. Let's hope it doesn't explode, at least for the next 3 hours. Ugh. All right. Well, I had a poll for you guys before we get started. Like we should be a little bit silly too. I wanted to know if you were going to pick an animal to be. What would you be? Let's show this one on here. Okay, and these are the reasons I picked these guys. Would you want to be a fish so you could live in the ocean? Would you want to be a little bug so that you could like sneak around and explore things? Would you want to be a bird so that you could fly around and look at stuff? Or would you want to be like a cat or a dog so that you could live the luxurious life? I just bought my dog a new dog bed today and it's kind of absurd. It's huge. Like I could see my 2-year-old could definitely, it's like bigger than her crib mattress. It's enormous. Super fluffy. So she is definitely living the good life with her super fluffy bed. So what would you be? Votes are flying in here. Ooh, it looks like we've got kind of a tie between two. Let's give it another second and see if one pulls ahead. Also, look how adorable the little cat emoji looks on the Vimeo poll, right? Look how cute that little thing is. Looks like a fox. Okay, one more second vote if you haven't already. What kind of animal would you be? And I'm going to go ahead and publish our results. We had the cat was leading until the very end here, and we had birds pulled away to the lead at the end there. A few of us. I want to see those. Who of us want to be those little bugs sneaking around and looking at stuff? I like that. I like those votes. All right, but mostly we want to be birds so we can fly around, or we want to be a cat or a dog so we can live comfortably in our fluffy beds. All right, enough of that silliness. Let's focus again here. All right, this is another one where we get two different words confused a lot. So that's why I picked this question, or I wrote this question. And so the removal of rock from one area to another is the process of erosion. And a lot of times we get erosion and weathering confused. Erosion is the removal, and weathering is when it gets broken down. So you would have weathering happening first naturally in an ecosystem. Weathering is done again by rain or water, ice breaking apart rocks, or wind causes weathering. And then, or like plant roots cause weathering or the breaking down of rocks. And then erosion is that soil or rock matter being removed from one place to another when it's raining, and then it gets put into like a waterway. So that's the difference between those two terms. What feature of soil can affect its porosity and permeability? Oh man, did those words scare you and throw you off? Porosity and permeability. Porosity is like the pores, right? The holes in it. How big of holes does it have between the particles of the dirt? And permeability is sort of the same idea, right? So like how well, because of the porosity, how well can like water or other substances get into the soil? So the bigger the structures in the soil, the larger the holes in between them are going to be. So if you have something like sand, you're going to have a large permeability because there's going to be large holes. I mean, sand in our head is like small, right? We're like, well, sand is really small. Well, not really. Things like clay and silt are going to be smaller, teeny tiny particles that lay right next to each other and are going to have less of ability for that water to seep through. So if you have like sandy soil and you water it, the water is just going to like immediately leave. It's going to go straight through to the groundwater and be gone, right? Or evaporate out. And with those large particles, plant roots get very, very fine. If you've ever seen, looked at plant roots, way down to the very tips of them. And they're like little hairs. And so they are not going to be able to absorb nutrients very well from large particles. They do a lot better with small particles. And there's that cation exchange capacity, which you probably don't need to memorize that. You just need to understand the idea that smaller particles of soil are going to allow a plant to absorb water and nutrients better. So you have some plants that are highly adapted to live in sand, and that would be like your cactuses and what are they called? Succulents. And so they don't want a lot of water. Like if you plant a succulent in very thick clay soil, its roots are going to rot and it's going to die. It's going to be very unhappy. They want to live someplace that's going to dry out. So they want to live in sand. So that was a lot of facts on this, but basically soil has different textures based on the size of the particles. The larger the particles, the more water is going to run through and be lost. When looking at soil layers or horizons, the bedrock or parent material is found in the, and unfortunately, you've got to just memorize these guys. If you don't have this down, if you couldn't answer that right off, it's just a memorization thing. You got to come up with something. So the OABCR, make a mnemonic device, right? So make a sentence that will help you remember that, OABCR. And then once you can write those out in that order, O, think of organic, right? So that's going to be your top layer filled with soil. R is the very bottom one. Think of R for rock. That's your bedrock. So that parent material in this question here, that was going to be your R horizon for rock there. And then A, B, C is going to be topsoil, subsoil, and then weathered or broken apart bedrock. So unfortunately, you've got to just memorize this one. You got to come up with a mnemonic device or something to help you memorize those, just that order. That's just kind of all there is to it, right? Different places on Earth have different thicknesses of these different layers, places that have been around for a really long time with plants going for a really long time are going to have a very thick O horizon with lots of soil. Places that have not had a lot of plant growth for a really long time, like a desert, you're just going to see sand, right? There's not going to be a lot of thick, very nutrient-rich soil in those places. So in the US, places that are in the breadbasket or just kind of along the Mississippi are going to have, they've been around for a really long time with a lot of plant growth. And so there's a ton of very thick soil. So definitely in our states that produce a ton of our food, in addition to the Central Valley in California, is going to be, very nutrient-rich soil and able to grow a lot of different foods in those places. All right, the layer of the atmosphere where the weather occurs. This is the troposphere. Like I said before in our earlier streams, you don't need to know the upper layers for this course. You really just need to know those two little tiny guys down there at the bottom, the stratosphere and the troposphere. And you need to know what environmentally important things happen there, right? The stratosphere is where the ozone layer is. You got to know that. The troposphere is where everything else happens, right? So all clouds in the troposphere, airplane flying by in the troposphere, all greenhouse gases in the troposphere. So that's important to know that all the rest of the gases and everything else that we're going to talk about for this class is all occurring in the troposphere, that very tiny thin strip on the bottom there, but it's still pretty high up because we're talking even the highest airplanes are still in the troposphere. So yeah, that's why that's important there, to know those two specific things and where it occurs. The only time you're going to see these words, really, stratosphere and troposphere, on the exam, for the most part, is when we're talking about ozone. So stratospheric ozone, good thing. Tropospheric ozone, bad thing. Ozone's highly reactive, which is why it's so cool, because up in the stratosphere where we are not, it is absorbing UV rays, right? And it's protecting us from getting skin cancer. And it's this awesome ozone layer. Ozone in the troposphere, where we can breathe it in, causes smog, gives us lung cancer, very bad, right? So that's the only reason really why you're going to need to know these two terms and be able to distinguish it. I can't imagine they'd try to ask you like a gotcha question, but like they might say like, greenhouse gases occur in the stratosphere, troposphere. You got to know that's the troposphere, right? So that's really all you got to know about like locations of the atmosphere for this course and reasons to know that for the most part. All right, El Nino. This is one that we definitely voted earlier in the year when we were talking about it, that it is one of our more I just got a note that I accidentally turned our closed captions off. It must have been when we switched to go look at that document again. Let me turn those back on. There we go. Okay. We talked about El Nino at the start of the year as being one of the more confusing subjects. So we want to definitely make sure we take a second here to hit on this again, because I think it's something that in our head we blow up and we think it's more confusing than it is. But it's really sort of simple, right? So El Nino is associated with warmer ocean water on the west coast of the Americas. And that is considered like an El Nino year. So this page, first of all, is going to talks about more of like the after effects of an El Nino. So let's jump ahead here. This set of slides is going to tell us like what causes an El Nino. So don't be intimidated by this picture. It's just like a bunch of ocean currents, right? Typical ocean currents, because of the Coriolis effect, because of the way that the Earth is spinning, are going to cause a clockwise spin in the northern hemisphere and a counterclockwise spin in the southern hemisphere. The best way to remember that is when I went to school in Australia, they say anti-clockwise, and I thought that was so silly that they said anti-clockwise instead of counterclockwise. So think of, they say anti-clockwise in the southern hemisphere because that's the way the ocean spins down there, if that helps you remember. Anyways, so because of the way the ocean spins around, because of these ocean currents and air currents, that's going to push the equator. All of the water that's on the equator is going to be pushed towards Australia, right? For the most part, it's all going to be going towards Australia, which causes, that's the Coriolis effect. In short, that's what we're talking about. The Coriolis effect is the rotation of the Earth causing the ocean to spin in these ways. Because it does that, all of the warm water, remember the equator is where we're getting the most direct UV radiation from the sun. It's getting the hottest. So all of that warm water from the equator is getting pushed naturally over towards Australia. That's a happy year. That's like normal time. You got your happy coral reefs. You got your cold water on the west coast of the Americas. South America and North America is getting cold, upwelling water filled with nutrients. You got a lot of plant growth, large animals, massive amounts of large fish off of the Americas. This is a normal year, or known as like a La Nina year. So this is kind of like a typical normal thing. And so here's our, Australia has very warm, clear water with small fish. The Americas have cold water with massive amounts of fish because of that upwelling event. And the cold water coming in from the Arctic regions. Okay, so then sometimes the winds that push that warm water to Australia, the trade winds, sometimes they're not as strong. We don't really know why, and it typically happens every 4 years. But that's about all we know about it. Typically every 4 years. Don't really know why. And we can tell it's coming. Like you might hear on the news or people talking and they're like, oh, it's going to be an El Nino year. The reason we know that is because we have these cool things out in the ocean that measure ocean sea surface temperatures, and they report back to us, and we'll say, the thermometers that are out floating in the ocean outside of Hawaii are picking up much warmer temperatures than usual. And we'll see that progress across the Pacific Ocean back towards the Americas. And then we'll be able to say, yep, it's going to be an El Nino year because the warm water is not concentrated by Australia like it normally is. It's actually spread back across the Pacific, and it's stuck up against the Americas. That is El Nino. Super simple, right? Trade winds slow down, warm water comes back across the Pacific to the Americas. That's it. That's all El Nino is, right? And then because of that, whoa, jumping ahead. Because of that, let's go back to our slide here. Lots of things. Then we see these after effects happen, right? So because you have like a change in the natural or typical weather patterns, you're going to have warm air coming into the Americas because of that warm ocean water, right? So you're going to have less snow in the mountains. You're going to have more flooding because you're going to have a ton of warm rain coming in. El Nino years are associated with more rain, more water, but not more snow. And because of that more rain, you're going to have flooding as well. And with that warm water that comes back from Australia, it's not nutrient rich. It's actually nutrient poor water. And you'll see a collapse of fish populations. Typically in El Nino years, we see a lot of stranded sea lion pups on the beaches because the poor mama sea lions have to swim hundreds of miles out into the ocean to find fish, and they just can't come back to support their babies. So those years, they typically abandon a lot of sea lion babies. And then Australia, as that, they are used to having all of that warm rain, right? And it comes over here instead. They have massive droughts. So in like Asia and Australia, they're going to have fires, right? Really dry season, really high amounts of fires. So those are some of the effects of it. And that slide that we kind of bounced away from over here, back over there. This slide here was kind of talking about like why that happens. And that has to do with, so the ocean controls a lot of our climate because of its temperatures. And the best way to think about that is on a hot summer day going to the pool, the cement around the pool is going to be like 1,000,000 degrees and it's going to burn your feet, but you jump in the pool and it's actually kind of cold, you know, it didn't heat up that much throughout the day. And that's because water has a much higher thermal retention property than the cement does. The cement, just like a cookie sheet in your oven, is going to heat up really hot, really fast. It's also going to cool down really fast as well. Water is able to hold on to heat. So if you have hot water coming across the ocean to line up against your whole state, like the whole state of California or all across Mexico, that hot water is going to in turn bring hot temperatures to the air around it and cause you to have a warmer overall winter. So that's kind of like why the warm water in the ocean is then going to cause us to have the weather patterns and the hot weather associated with it. Also, just to break down these terms here, the difference between weather and climate is something that is often like misused. So you might hear someone say, it's been really cold out lately, climate change is not a thing. That's a misuse of the terms. So weather is a day-to-day change. So if you are stating the weather, you could say it's 50 degrees out and raining, it's 70 and sunny. That's you stating the weather. You could say large storms rolling in tomorrow. That's all weather. Climate is 30 years or more average atmospheric conditions. So in order to declare a climate change or to look at something as climate change, you have to have 30 years or more of records of an average change. So to say the climate has changed 1 degree, we've been watching it for 30 years and noticed that on average it's 1 degree warmer. So a weather event would have like a specific weather event, even if you had like an El Nino event or something that has no bearing on the actual climate of a region. All right, and that's just a picture showing again how the ocean or large bodies of water thermoregulate the temperature in an area. That idea that the ocean regulates air temperature, all of your kind of weather is going to be coming in from the ocean as it interacts with the different temperatures of the land. As your clouds come in, they are inevitably going to meet mountains. And in order to push up and go over the top of the mountains, they are going to lose a lot of rain. A lot of water is going to come out. That's why we see this effect, rain shadow effects. Here's a picture of Los Angeles. You can see on the ocean side of any of these mountains, it's very green because that is where the clouds would have to drop a lot of rain in order to continue moving on. And then on the leeward side or on the other side, it's going to be a rain shadow or a desert. So you can see multiple areas here. The Angeles National Forest on the side that's leaning towards Los Angeles, it's very green. And then on the other side, it's actually a desert out in like Barstow, where it gets very, very little rain because the clouds just can't make it over those mountains. Same thing with like Riverside and Palm Springs. Those are on the back sides of mountains. So those are rain shadows. All right, whew, that was a long one. We really broke that one down a lot. All right, citizens notice that people who bring their dogs to the park often do not clean up after them. However, everyone would prefer if the field was free of dog waste. What is one viable method to protect this commons? The correct answer here is to issue fines to people who do not clean up after their dogs. So a commons is any public thing, a public space, public economy, anything that's public. And then commons are used by people and typically abused by people because human nature is that people are going to, if they don't think it's going to directly harm someone, they're likely to abuse a commons, right? So if I had my dog and she went to the bathroom out in the field and no one was looking, maybe just leave it there. It's not harming anyone, right? But if I brought my dog to your house and she went to the bathroom on your carpet in your living room, I would be mortified and I would absolutely clean it up, right? Well, that's the difference between a commons or private property, right? So the main ways that we can ensure that that doesn't happen is laws, right? So that would be like our fine. So that is an example of a good way to get people to behave is to have laws around it. Or to privatize it. So instead of having a park where everyone can go enjoy the land, instead we could sell different spaces. And so we could have like little 4x8 spaces and you could buy one for your dog and you could put your dog in your little space, stay in your space, don't come into my space. And if your dog poops in your little square, it doesn't bother me because it's not my little square, right? So privatization is one way to deal with it. The other way is education. So we could get some people with pamphlets and flyers and free little doggy waste bags and have them walking around the park. Maybe we could put up little signs that say like dog waste causes eutrophication, spreads disease, and is just unsightly. Please clean up after your dog. And we could raise money for little doggy bags. Those are all ways that people can protect a commons. So education, laws, and privatization are all different ways. And then some real life examples of commons. The ocean is like, that's always going to be like the biggest commons. Hunting, animals that we can hunt are a common resource. So like deer, right? There are laws where you can only hunt maybe one deer a season. Some animals you have to apply for a hunting permit. And then pollution, right? The air is a commons. You can't open a factory right next to my house and just pump out pollution onto me, like there are laws preventing you from doing that. And then obviously our Halloween candy bucket's my favorite commons example. And that's more of like peer pressure, right? To do the right thing and only take one candy and not steal all of the candy. So I guess peer pressure or education from your parents that's the wrong thing to do, I guess, would fit in there. So again, laws, privatization, education, or I guess peer pressure in this case. Which of the following was not a contributing factor to the green revolution? And small family farms would be the answer here. The green revolution, again, the green revolution does not mean green as in the term green has become meaning eco-friendly or sustainable. The green revolution does not mean that. The green revolution means that it was a time of massive technology revolution as far as farming. So the Green Revolution was a time when we built like massive farms. We made, so GMOs were part of that. Fertilization, so synthetic fertilizers, being able to like grow crops really big, really fast. Pest management strategies, man, we can come up with some crazy chemicals that got rid of pests. I mean, if you go to the grocery store right now, not a single one of those fruits or vegetables is going to have a bug bite in them. Isn't that crazy? Every single one of those things is grown outside, right? With like insects, but they don't eat the fruit because we make sure to spray it with all sorts of crazy chemicals. Irrigation methods is one. Humans have pumped water from all over the place to places where it wasn't originally, and are able to grow plants and have huge farms in deserts and places that wouldn't naturally be able to support those plants. And that has massively increased the amount of food that we have been able to make. Monocropping, so that's the opposite. Monocropping is like the opposite of a small family farm. So if you had like a farm in your backyard or like a couple acres, you would probably grow quite a few different things. And maybe you specialized a little bit. Like, okay, we're going to be really good at growing tomatoes, and we'll still grow some pumpkins and some green beans and we'll have like one cow and a few other things. And then maybe you'd trade some of your tomatoes for your neighbor's corn. But for the most part, you would still grow like a lot of the stuff that your family, needed. Monocropping is the idea that we're just going to have one guy and he's going to have massive amounts of farms and he's just going to grow one species of corn. And that's all we're going to have. And then if we want corn, that's the kind we eat. That's the only kind at the store. And it's just more efficient. We're just going to do it that way. When in actuality, there's like hundreds of different species of corn, but we don't have access to that anymore because we're just trusting like one guy to make it for us. It's really efficient, right? We can feed a lot of people on just this one kind of corn that's probably a GMO that grows really, really fast and doesn't need a lot of fertilizer and doesn't need a lot of pesticides because it is naturally resistant to insects, right? Really cool. We're able to feed a ton of people with these strategies. Are these strategies environmentally friendly? Maybe not. Maybe not, but we can feed a lot of people, so we can increase our carrying capacity. The last one is concentrated animal feeding operations, CAFOs. That's the picture of the pigs there. If you want to have like happy farm animals that are going to live their lives like running around in the fields and stuff, we just don't have enough earth for that. There's just not enough space. At the rate that we eat meat, we need like a bunch of earths. There's just not enough space, and there would be no space for natural animals, right? If we had a bunch of like pigs running around, there's nowhere for the deer to go. There's nowhere for gazelle or bison or anything else. So in order to like increase our efficiency, we can cram them into these buildings like really, really tight. And we've come up with like exactly how much space and time they need to grow to their optimal size. And we can calculate like exactly how much corn to feed them, to get them, to that size to harvest really efficiently. We can really, really grow animals fast. Is that the right thing? Is it socially the right thing? Are those pigs happy? I don't know, but we can grow enough to support our consumption. And that's pretty much what this is all about, right? So that social aspect of it, is it the right thing to do? Is it environmentally friendly? Definitely not. These animal factories are just pumping out the methane and the nitrogen, and we got to find somewhere to put that stuff. And the methane we can't control. Like the cows producing methane with their gut system is significantly impacting climate change. But humans like to eat cheeseburgers, so we got to figure that out somewhere. So to not get too into the social aspect or debatable aspects of this, Green revolution, we increased our farming capabilities massively so that we could support the populations that we have. All right, so really quick going through these irrigation methods. These are different kinds of irrigation methods and pros and cons, how much they cost versus how much water they waste. So drip irrigation, watering the plants specifically on each plant. Very expensive, doesn't waste any water though. Flood irrigation, this is actually furrow irrigation because it has the divots. Those are furrows. Flood and furrow irrigation, same idea. One has divots, one doesn't. But flooding an entire field, hey, it's really easy, right? You just turn on the faucet and let it go. Waste a massive amount of water though. And the last one is sprinklers, right? We've all seen sprinklers. They are not efficient. They're spraying water all over the place. Some of it gets on the plant. A lot of it gets evaporated. A lot of it goes where it's not supposed to. Different types of sustainable agriculture. So this is like a little bit different. The green revolution was not necessarily sustainable. These are some sustainable things that people have tried to come up with. The idea of like, instead of using a ton of fertilizer, we're going to rotate crops. If you plant pears every single year, you're going to get plants, or you're going to get bugs that love pears, and they're going to come live there and reproduce and reproduce. And there are going to be so many of them that they're going to take out all your crops. Whereas if you plant pears one year and then potatoes the next year, your bugs are not going to be able, they don't like those same things, and they're not going to be able to eat them. And so you're going to cause that whole population of bugs to die off. Obviously, pears is a bad example because those come from trees. You can't like rip out trees. But you could do tomatoes one year and then potatoes the next year, and tomatoes grow above ground. So you're going to have flying insects come after them. And then the next year you're going to do potatoes. They grow below ground. So you would have like grubs and different subterranean insects come after them, and then switch it. So things like that, if you do that, you're not going to have to use as much chemicals, and that would be a more sustainable type of farming. All right, aquaculture is the idea of any time that you're farming fish or any aquatic organism. So that could be it could be, what am I trying to think of here? They're called oysters. That could be oysters or algae, or maybe you're farming sea snails or scallops, anything like that. Crustaceans, you could be farming shrimp, any sea creature that you're farming. Pros and cons. Hunting sea life is our only massive way that we still hunt wild animals. We don't go out and hunt a bunch of deer and then sell them in the store. It's actually illegal. You can't sell you can't sell like a hunted elk in the store. It has to be like a farmed elk. But with fish, we do. Like you go out and you just like kill wild animals, and then you can sell them in a restaurant. So definitely different. So it's cool to be farming them, because what you put in, you get out, right? Like you raise the animals that then you kill. So you're not impacting wild stores anymore, or wild stocks. But these fish farms have like massive mortality rates. Like a ton of fish are going to die in them, and fish eat fish, right? Unless you're farming tilapia eat algae. But if you're like farming salmon are predatory fish. So you're going to have to go catch fish to feed the fish. And as we know, with our pyramid, you need 10%, only 10% goes up, right? So you need 90% more dead wild fish to make your 10% of salmon. Typically, they're going to catch like anchovies or something. So you would need 100 pounds of anchovies to make 10 pounds of salmon. Seems like it doesn't make sense, right? Shouldn't we just eat anchovies? I guess we don't like anchovies. A little picky about that. So that's kind of what's going on with aquaculture. It's not environmentally sustainable, but on the other hand, you're not hunting wild fish, which are, for the most part, endangered or critically threatened because of how many we've taken. For a lot of them, we don't even know. It's hard to study aquatic organisms because the ocean's so big. That being said, farming things like oysters is actually fairly sustainable. They seed oysters on these little like strings, so like kind of glue them onto these little strings and then put them out in the ocean. Oysters filter feed, which is awesome because they're going to filter feed all of the like sediment. So if you have a polluted, highly sedimented area and you put a lot of oysters in there, they're actually going to clean the water for you. And then you can harvest them and eat oysters. So if you actually had a bunch of oysters growing around this fish farm, you might be able to clean up some of that excess nutrients that you're dropping into the water and prevent, here's that word again, a eutrophication event by using oysters. I like how the closed captioning spelled eutrophication. There we go. I got it that time. All right, moving right along. DDT was found to be linked to the declining bald eagle population for which of the following reasons? And the answer is eagles exposed to DDT had soft eggs that did not hatch. Humans use various chemicals and physical methods to control pests. Each of these methods have pros and cons. DDT was used to control pests, mosquitoes for a lot of it. DDT was sprayed widely to control mosquito populations. It bioaccumulated and moved up the food chain, eventually accumulating in large quantities in high-level organisms like eagles. And when they had their eggs were extremely soft. They were so soft that when the mama bird tried to sit on them to keep them warm, they just exploded. So baby eagles died. They couldn't. The eagles could not have babies, and their population crashed. With banning things like DDT and other persistent organic pollutants, eagle populations have come back. So I believe they're no longer even considered endangered. So things can be done to make a difference and to make these things come back. This whole idea, DDT, and the killing and how like poisons like this cause other organisms higher up on the food chain to die, like birds and fish and other things, that was captured by Rachel Carson in her book, Silent Spring. So that's important to know too. Rachel Carson's book, Silent Spring, was about the use of pesticides and how it impacts unintentional animals. All right, according to the Global Footprint Network, which of the following has the smallest ecological footprint per person? And the correct answer here is going to be Ethiopia. What this means is a footprint is the idea like how much impact do you personally have on the earth, right? As a person living in one country and with one lifestyle is going to have a smaller impact than people living in other countries. So the United States in this list is going to be the country in general that people have, like, or on average, I guess we could say, have the largest impact. And it might not even be like, you might be like a good person doing your thing to save the environment, but just with our lifestyle, sometimes there's nothing like you can do about it. You're going to have like a large impact unless you would do what would be considered drastic, in our culture, right? So there's that picture of the house there. That's just like a regular sized house. They got a regular sized car. And that's a massive impact compared to someone who's maybe having like a nomadic lifestyle. They don't have a car. They don't have a structured house. Maybe they're living in a structure they can move around. They're subsisting off of organisms or animals that they are farming off of the wild grass growth. And, no like single-use plastic in that area. They're not using any sort of like energy drains. They're not having like a dishwasher. For heating, they're using biomass that's actively growing around them. So maybe it's like a fallen tree. So that type of lifestyle is going to be drastically less impact or energy use overall than someone living like in the United States. So And in the United States, to try and cut down to be anywhere close to that, like let's say you go out of your way to buy an electric car, or even more than that, you're going to bike to work every day, and you're going to carry reusable bags to the grocery store, and you're not going to buy things that have single-use plastic, like no more Starbucks cups, and you're going to, do all of these things. No matter what you do, like it's still going to be extremely difficult to cut down your overall footprint just because of like the culture we live in, right? So that's the idea here. And then also, let's see if our next slide kind of talks about this too. Countries are all moving towards kind of what's the norm in the US, right? Like everyone would be happier in like a large single family home with a washing machine and a dishwasher. And it would be so cool to just have like this dial on the wall where you turn the heat to whatever you want it to be. And then your house is comfortable. And then you could just have like this car and you could drive to wherever you want to go. Like that's our norm here. But not everybody has that. And they should, right? Like they should have those same comforts that we have access to. And as they do, as they acquire those things or those countries become more industrialized, the energy demand is going to go up. So as all of the billions of people on Earth want to live a lifestyle that people in the US live, we just don't have enough Earth for that. There's just not enough space. There's not enough energy. It's just not going to work. So how do we make it happen, right? Because it's not fair. We need everybody to be comfortable and have access to the same comforts that we do. And then that's where it gets into sustainability, right? Like, what if we all had electric cars and all of our energy came from solar panels on our house and single-use plastic wasn't a thing? Let's ban it like everywhere. Make companies come up with better solutions. Let's not have single-use plastic bags at the grocery store. So the idea that we are all going to have to step it up because some people can't make a huge impact while other people make none. Let's all just make a smaller kind of medium impact together. And that could be a way to live sustainably. So that's kind of what that's getting at that global footprint network is some people have a big footprint. Some people have a really tiny footprint. The tiny footprint people would like to have a little bit more nice stuff, and they should. So how do we make it so that we can all live here and be comfortable at the same time? This slide is just showing like our overall energy use increase. So like from the 1950s, it's skyrocketed. And that reason is because of all of the people in countries that were considered like not developed or developing as they develop. So like, just think about like if everyone in the whole earth wants to have a dishwasher, that's going to take a massive amount of energy, right? So, but it's not just a dishwasher, like it's a factory to make the dishwasher. It's a house to have the dishwasher in. So in order to have that lifestyle, the amount of energy use is skyrocketing. And as you can see, that's coal, oil, and gas for the most part, which are fossil fuels, which create carbon dioxide, and that leads to climate change, right? So how can we mitigate that? Allow people to live the lifestyles they want, but let's do it with solar, wind, hydropower, maybe even nuclear. Ooh, okay. The process by which a boat drags a net on the bottom of the ocean to catch fish is called skimming, dip net fishing, trolling, or longline fishing. So dragging, there's that picture there for you, dragging a net on the bottom of the ocean is going to be trawling. So trawling for, sorry, I have my like answers as I'm going along so that I don't have to read all the answers. Trawling for fish is going to be dragging that net on the bottom. Trawling is arguably the worst thing that we can do for fishing, because as you drag that net along the bottom, you're not only catching the fish you want to catch, you're catching everything else that lives on the bottom, including sea stars and sea urchins and seahorses A lot of seahorses are killed this way. But you're also dragging up all the rocks. You're killing, if there was coral, you'd be killing the coral. You're killing the sea sponges. You're killing the seagrass, anything, sea salps, anything that lives on the bottom, it's gone. And it creates these scars across the ocean, like massive scars all over the ocean where we've just ripped up the bottom. Like imagine if you were like, all right, let's go catch some deer, right? And I think they're in that forest over there. And let's get a helicopter and we'll put this big net behind the helicopter and we'll just drag it through the forest, just like as fast as we can. And then we'll pull it up and all of the trees and grass and shrubs, like throw those out. We didn't want those. And then, oh, we got 2 deer. Cool. So we'll keep those deer. But then like all of the turkey and mice and snails and ants and anything else we caught, yeah, just throw it back in the ocean because that's bycatch. That is things that we killed unintentionally that we're just going to throw back in the ocean. That's what trawling is. It's insane that like occurs in the ocean and it's normal. Whereas if you did the same thing like on land, it would just be like this massive environmental, issue. But because we kind of just like don't see it, we ignore it. I don't want to be wrong on this stat, but I want to say for every 1 pound of shrimp that's caught, there's like 30 pounds of bycatch. So like 30 pounds of sea stars and anywhere that shrimp live, it's the exact same ecosystem that seahorses live. So think about next time you eat a shrimp, right? 30 seahorses or 30 pounds of seahorse equivalent to that pound of shrimp died for that. Isn't that crazy? So yeah, so trawling causes massive scars in the ocean. The other ones, longline fishing, that's a picture of longline fishing on the right there. So those guys, that huge cord, see how it's all wound up there? That massive cord, it's thick. That is going to be the long line. And then those little, see those circles around the cord? Each of those circles has probably, I don't know, let's say 3 to 5 feet of line and then a big hook and bait. So they throw that huge, massive cord out. And then every like 10 feet, they'll throw one of those little hooks, like 5 feet and a hook and bait out after it. And this goes out for miles behind the boat. And then they drive the boat around because they're hunting for predatory fish. So they can't like just put it in the water and let it sit there because the fish wouldn't come after it. They have to be moving so that fish are like, oh, what's that? And they go after it and they're hunting it. But other things are hunting it. So this is done like to catch big predatory fish. So that would be like your bluefin tuna, yellowfin tuna, mahi-mahi, swordfish, that kind of stuff. So that's longline fishing. And unintentionally, they're going to catch like thresher shark, pelagic white tips, and a ton of seabirds because it's on the surface, right? So you're going to have albatross that are like, ooh, look at that. And they dive into the water and eat the hook, and then they're going to drown. So longline fishing is responsible for killing massive amounts of seabirds. All right, let's keep going here. Whew, okay, identify the non-renewable form of energy. The answer here is nuclear. Nuclear is non-renewable, but nuclear is considered clean energy because nuclear does not make any air pollution. Nuclear makes like radiation that we have to deal with and radioactive waste that we have to deal with, but it does not make air pollution. So a lot of times if you like search for an image of air pollution, you're going to see pictures of nuclear smokestacks with like steam coming out of them. And people are like, oh, that's like a picture of pollution. But in actuality, it's a picture of clean air because nuclear energy doesn't make air pollution. It's clean energy. So if we switched tomorrow to all of our energy being from nuclear power plants and then all of our cars being electric, there would be like no more air pollution, right? So we would make like massive amounts of energy with our nuclear power plants that just have steam come into the air. And then cars would drive from that electricity and we would have no more air pollution. But sometimes nuclear power plants explode and cause nuclear fallout. So that's a negative, but we'd have clean air. So something to think about. Renewable doesn't necessarily mean clean energy. Things like biofuel would be like burning a tree or burning logs. That's not clean energy. That produces CO2. But renewable means that it can regenerate more in a reasonable amount of time based on human lifetimes, right? So for the most part, you can generate more energy for renewable energies, and non-renewables, you can't generate more of it in a human's lifetime. Nuclear energy comes from uranium. There's a set amount of it on Earth, and so it cannot be regenerated quickly. Oh, and then I defined some of our renewables. So biomass is anything that you can grow and burn. Pioneer seed corn is Pioneer has been around for a really long time, making GMOs GMO corn that's used to make ethanol. That's what was driving our car here. So you can grow it. Solar energy, the use of photovoltaic cells to produce energy. Photovoltaic cells are just your typical solar panel, something that collects energy from the sun and turns it into electricity. The other type of solar panels are going to be like energy systems to heat the house. So that's the picture on the left. You can have systems like this where you pump water on the roof and you have these black mats that are very thin, and they push the water through the mat. The water gets extremely hot up there, and then you can pump it around in your house. Maybe some houses have pipes in the flooring, and you can use it to heat your house. You can use it to heat your pool too, different things like that. And then this other picture here, that's a picture from Tesla. Tesla actually created this cool thing where they make roofing that is a solar panel. So instead of like paying for a roof and paying for solar panels, now you can just buy a roof that is a solar panel. So of course, Tesla came up with a cool way to solve two problems in one. People typically can't afford a new roof and solar panels, but you could probably afford just doing this all in one here. Hydroelectric power is the use of water to generate power. For the most part, all of these ways to generate power are going to use the exact same technology. We have a turbine engine that you are going to spin with some sort of energy force. When you spin that engine, you're going to be able to generate electricity. In order to spin the engine, you can either use water to spin it, or you can use a heat source to heat water to create steam to spin it. So that's in general what's going on here. Hydroelectric power, for the most part, is damming water and then using it to turn a turbine and make electricity. And these are some pictures of dams. They're absolutely massive. We find good places like where a valley comes together to create like a canyon, and we put up the dam. And on one side, you're going to have extremely deep water, and on the other side, you're going to have nothing. So originally, this would have been a river, and then we put a dam in it, and now it's like a very tiny river on one side and a large lake or reservoir on the other side that people can use for boating or different things like that. Sometimes they break and the water comes flooding out, which is not great, but not very often. Typically, the biggest environmental impact of these is downstream. You don't have as much water as you used to. If you live downstream, typically, or especially if you are a country downstream and the country that got the river before you dammed it, well, now you don't have any water. They stole it. And then if you are upstream of the river and you lived there and they put a dam, it could flood your house. So a lot of times when they decide to put in dams, communities have to be moved. So people have to be moved away from the water. Geothermal energy. Geothermal energy is only available in certain parts of the world where the earth is very warm, or there is a lot of that's the right way to say it, like geologic activity very close to the surface. And in these places, oftentimes you can pump water down, have it heated, and as that hot water comes back, you can turn a turbine, create energy. In some cases, hot water is actively flowing to the surface. So groundwater has been heated, by magma or heat close to the surface underneath the ground, and hot water actively comes like gurgling back out. So that's why, like in Yosemite, you're going to have Old Faithful. Every once in a while, that water gets so hot that it comes flying back out once it's above boiling. This is actually a hot springs in Montana, where that entire pool there is naturally heated by hot springs. So that's all natural hot spring water that comes out of the earth at like 104 degrees. So it's like a giant natural hot tub, because the earth is heating that water, and that's where it comes up and out of the ground. But again, you have to live in an area where it's accessible. Like if this is occurring 5,000 feet, under the ground, you're not going to dig down there and get to it. So only certain areas this is accessible. So these are some of the different countries highlighted that have access to that and are able to use it. So like New Zealand and the US are able to use that, Iceland as well. So this is clean energy, but again, it's not really very accessible to a lot of people. The next one is the hydrogen fuel cell cars. It's just the idea of using hydrogen combined with oxygen to generate electricity. You have to be able to have hydrogen. So that's the first thing, is being able to access hydrogen, package it under pressure so that it can go into these engines and be stored in these cars. Hydrogen is extremely flammable, so that's like one danger, is that like it could explode, but that's not like a huge concern. Toyota is actually making this hydrogen car. They are available for purchase right now in certain areas. You have to live somewhere that has hydrogen fueling stations. And they've actually said they'll pay for the hydrogen for like the first 10 years if you buy the car, just to try and encourage people to go in that direction. So we'll see if other car companies start manufacturing some more hydrogen cars. Toyota, remember, was the first one to come out with the hybrid, and everyone at the time was like, oh, that's really weird. But now, like, everybody has a hybrid. Every car company makes at least one hybrid, if not a completely electric car. And a lot of car companies have said they're going completely hybrid or completely electric in the next like 25 years. So maybe maybe Toyota's on to something new with this hydrogen car. If anyone can do it, they probably can. Wind energy, same thing with hydroelectric. Energy here is just the idea of turning these turbines to make energy and using electricity and using the energy from the wind in order to turn them. I love this picture because it gives you an idea of how big these wind turbines really are. They're absolutely massive, right? Like from far away, they don't look that big, but if you look close up, massive, right? That's just one of the like propellers, or I guess blades on the propeller. And typically there's 3. So huge, right? And this is the increasing use of wind energy. Wind energy is one of the fastest growing clean, sustainable energy sources. And that's for a lot of reasons. One is that you can put it up in a lot of places without impacting the use of that land for what it was originally intended. What I mean is that, like in that picture, a farmer could still be farming corn, and you could put up a windmill and it's not gonna, like, they can still farm corn. So it's just a way to generate extra income for them without impacting what they were doing with the land previous. So we've seen this a lot. A lot of farms have windmills on them now. And a lot of like rural factories will put up windmills too. And you might be asking, like, well, why isn't there a windmill in the park? They're loud, this is the same technology. And this is also why they're growing really fast. It's the same, like, exact technology as like an airplane engine, just backwards, right? Instead of the engine turning the propeller to make it fly, the propeller is turning the engine to store energy. So it's just like the opposite. But the same education, the same know-how to work on an airplane engine is applied to working on windmills. So we already have a ton of people trained to work on airplanes, right? A ton of people have their airplane mechanics license, and they can work on windmills. And I'm sure it's not like exactly the same, but reasonably so. I would assume it's reasonably a lot easier than all of a sudden training them to work on hydrogen fuel cell cars, right? So this technology is simple. It's something we know how to do. It can be added to the land without changing it. It's not the same as building like a solar farm where you'd have to completely change the land. So people like them. People want to put them in. They're very efficient. And it's cheap too. The technology materials are relatively cheap compared to other technologies. So it has skyrocketed. We've seen a lot more being put into use. And again, the only downside is maybe they're ugly. We don't like to look at them. Sometimes birds fly into them, but I mean, that's like a small percentage of birds fly into solar things as well. So, and you'd have to look at the overall negatives. Like, is it worse? Do more birds get killed from oil spills or flying into windmills? And it's probably going to be oil spills, right? So that's a negative, but again, probably small overall impact. They're loud though. They are loud. So we wouldn't want them like right next to your house necessarily, but there's a lot of places that are not right next to our house that maybe we could put these. Okay, the combustion of fossil fuel creates energy as well as carbon dioxide and water. So throwing some chemistry equations at you, don't get scared. The first one, the green one, is photosynthesis. We all should know this one, right? Or at least like feel comfortable with it. This is what plants do, right? CO2 and water, and they make glucose and oxygen, right? Cell respiration. Remember that from bio? Taking that glucose and the oxygen we breathe in, and we produce CO2 and water. Okay, so now we're just going to apply that to fuel combustion, because if you look at the equations, it's the same thing. So those on that chart below, I have some different fuel types, like the chemical equation of the fuel types. So there's methane, propane, and petroleum. And if you look at glucose, it's pretty much the same thing, right? It's C's and H's. C's and H's. So if you plug in your fuel type, CH4, plus oxygen, right? Fire requires oxygen. It's going to produce CO2, right? You got this. Simple equations. You do not have to memorize any of that. You just have to understand the fundamentals that fuel is the same thing as like us eating sugar. The fire burns it, takes in oxygen just like we breathe, puts out CO2 and water. So anytime you're burning something, any fuel, whether that's a tree or sugar or methane or petroleum, you're going to get carbon dioxide and water. And that kind of is like the basis of our understanding as well for climate change, right? We know CO2 has a high thermal retention property. CO2 can hold on to heat. And as we burn stuff, we release CO2. So very simple. We burn stuff, we release CO2. CO2 holds on to heat. That can cause climate change. And if you look at the different fuels again now, look at methane has 1 C, propane has 3 C's, petroleum has 8 C's. Different types of fuel are going to release more carbon. Say that one more time. Different types of fuel are going to release more carbon. We can actually calculate it. You can calculate for 1 liter of petroleum how much carbon, how many molecules of carbon are going to be released. We can calculate it. We know. So we can see how many trees would we have to plant to offset that 1 liter of fuel. Like, we can do the math. We know these kinds of things. Anyways, that's getting a little complicated into it. All you need to know is that fuel types is the same equation as cell respiration, CO2 and water. All right, the environmental disaster that was caused by a tsunami flooding the reactor in a nuclear power plant was in this location, and that is Fukushima. Chernobyl is the disaster that had like an explosion and a meltdown, and a whole city was evacuated. So Fukushima, Chernobyl, and 3 Mile Island are the three that are like mentioned by College Board that you need to know. So know them, know what happened, and like the relative year that they happened. But that secondary QR code down there is a link to a Wikipedia page that has like every major nuclear energy like meltdown. So it'll tell you like a bunch more, but it's like way too much information. You don't need to know all of that. It's more if you're just like interested in it. Fukushima was like the most recent massive meltdown that happened. And it's because of an earthquake that caused a flood that prevented the like cooling systems to work properly, and it like melted down. It overheated. I'm not going to get into nuclear power because I don't think you need to. That's a copy or like a snip from the College Board exam description. I think if you read that and understand it, you're going to be good. If you want to know more, that QR code will take you to a more in-depth lesson on it. But for the most part, it is the process of fission, which is two things breaking apart. Fission is coming apart. Fusion is coming together. Fission's coming apart. Got that? Uranium is when we break apart. Sorry. Making nuclear energy is when we do fission or break apart uranium. That releases a massive amount of heat. And again, here it's just that regular type of energy generation that we use for everything else. We use heat to make steam, to turn a turbine, to generate electricity. So same idea, right? We're just breaking apart uranium to make the heat, to turn the turbine, to make electricity. If you want to know more, you can look at the QR code, but you do not need to. The following is a set of, the following set a standard for fuel efficiency in cars by creating an average number of miles a car company's fleet must get per gallon, and that is CAFE standards, CAFE, Corporate Average Fuel Economy Standards. What that is a car company maker. So Ford has to have an average mile per gallon for their entire fleet. Their fleet is all cars available for purchase. So I believe it's been at 25 for like a really long time. So let's see what our little chart here says. It's been at 25 or like barely above 25 for like the last 1 million years. So your cars have to average 25. So you can sell 10 trucks that gets 7 miles per gallon, as long as you have one hybrid, right? Or you have one like Honda Civic that gets like 35, because it's an average. So you just have to make sure you have enough fuel efficient cars available. And then you can sell your like awful, super not fuel efficient trucks as well. So that's how it's been for a really, really long time. And if you look, this is like, we've had the same since like 1985, we've had the same standards for cars, like the same fuel efficiency standards. It has not changed. And this has been really political because if we force them, people like want to drive cars, the same cars that we have now, right? People don't want to drive necessarily like a hybrid. We like the cars we have. Also, if we force them to change, cars might be more expensive. We might not be able to compete. If you force like Ford to make more fuel efficient cars, they might not be able to compete with Toyota. Maybe they just don't have the same technology. So now American made cars are going to be more expensive, or they might break down more, or just overall not be as good as imported cars. So that's why we haven't forced like domestic cars to fit these standards, because we don't want to make it a market that they can't compete in, and we don't want to hurt American jobs and American economy. International or foreign cars as well are under the same pressures, right? So they want to sell their cars to us. So they want to do what we tell them to do. So if we say whatever their standard is, they're going to have to fit it as well because they want to sell their cars here, which kind of led to that whole VW emissions scandal, right? Because they were like fudging what their emissions were. Anyways, CAFE standards recently have been upped. So I think it up to like 35 in the next couple years. And then overall, car companies are jumping CAFE standards on their own. So car companies are saying things like, you know what, by 2050, we're going to be 100% electric, or by 2050, we're going to have a CAFE standard of 50. So it's really catching on, like cars being fuel efficient because of the price of gas, because people wanting change, people want electric cars now. So that demand is altering supply. So car companies, like on their own, without even the government regulating this, are saying we're going to make the jump to be completely electric, or to have like, you know, our CAFE standards be far above what they were before, which is really cool. So we have seen like this total stagnation, like no change for years, since like 1985, like 30 years of just nothingness. Like cars are the exact same. And then all of a sudden we're seeing like massive change, and cars are going to be more fuel efficient. So that'll be cool. In the next 10 years, I bet we see like a lot of change there. Whew, okay. A famous coffee store advertised that it will now be selling its cold coffee cups, coffee in cups that are 20% less plastic and have no straw. This is an example of using less fossil fuels. And I have our like renewable resources and sustainable resources and biodegradable, because like I feel like sometimes we don't really know what is the actual definition of all these terms. Like how are they different, and what do they mean? So fossil fuel, obviously that's oil, gas, or coal. Plastic is made of fossil fuels. So reducing your use of plastic use is going to be reducing your fossil fuel use. Renewable resources are a substance that can regenerate at the rate humans use them. So reducing plastic is not doing anything with renewable resources, because plastic's not renewable. Fossil fuels are not renewable. So that's not the right answer. Biodegradable is capable of being decomposed by bacteria or other living organisms. So biodegradable things, plastic is not biodegradable. It does not break down. Organisms do not eat it. Plastic stays the way it is forever. It is photodegradable, meaning that if you leave like a plastic bag out in the sun for a really long time, the rays will break it apart. It's not breaking it apart like as in turning it into like a different substance. It's just breaking it down to be smaller and smaller. And then eventually it'll just break it down into like individual molecules that then when it rains get into the waterways and become part of the groundwater. So eventually the plastic bag will not be there visibly to you anymore. Chemically, it will still be there, or it will chemically move around in the water then, which is really nice and scary. Sustainable means living in a way that does not deplete Earth's resources for future generations. Any use of plastic is not sustainable because it's not renewable. And we are depleting fossil fuels. Any use of fossil fuels is depleting them for future generations. So it's no use of fossil fuels or plastics is sustainable when you really look at it. So that kind of breaks down some of those words. I know that they're kind of confusing and possibly like interchangeable. So just kind of wanted to make sure we define those for you. Whew, okay. We have 2 hours left. We are going to hit units 7 and 9 next, but it is time for us to, I feel like I'm losing my voice, and I already drank all of my sparkly cup coffee. I need more. So I might go make another coffee right now. You're going to take 15 minutes. If you finish this quiz faster than 15 minutes, make sure to go back. If you haven't been checking off your like to-do list, your knowledge list with us, make sure you are checking that off as we go. Okay. And I will go back to that link when we come back again. and hopefully remember to turn my subtitles back on. But make sure you're checking those off, because again, at the end of this, I want you to know like specifically what you feel like you need to study still and what you've got down. And we are covering these topics, not necessarily like 100% in order, but by section. So we should be done with units 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And so you should be on that last page. 7, 8, and 9 is what we're going to cover next. All right. One note here, units 7, 8, and 9. If you look at this, the total worth of these units is between 29 and 40%. So these 3 units are way more important as far as the test goes than the first 3 units, right? Much heavier weight here. So we will definitely make sure we take our time and talk about these things really well. All right, guys, take your little quiz here. And then promise me you'll get up and go get something to drink or some candy or take a break. All right, I will see you in 15 minutes. right, guys. Hopefully you took a little break there. Let's go ahead and throw a poll up as everyone is coming back to join us. I want to know, let's see, what is your favorite study snack? And so I have like an apple for our healthy food people. I have a cheeseburger for like, I need substance, like I need to eat a big meal. I have a cookie for people who like sweets. They want to snack on cookies and donuts and cake and that kind of stuff. And then I've got a candy for those of you who are eating a bunch of candy like me tonight. Typically, I'm a cheeseburger person, I'd have to say, because I eat a lot of food. I think I eat more than the average person. But tonight, I am trying to keep my energy up. So I am eating a steady flow of chocolate and coffee. But typically, I am the cheeseburger person. So let's go ahead and get those votes in for that. While you are doing that, let's see here. I'm going to pop back out. So if, whoa. Did I scare anyone with that? Here, let's see. If you are just joining us or if you haven't yet, I'm going to scroll all the way back. One of the last slides. Stay with me, computer. It's really making loud noises. I also think I may have blown my speakers out playing that music. They got really crackly. Okay. If you have not yet done this course content, it has scan that QR code, print this out, do it on your phone, check off the things as you're going. There's definitely some things I'm not specifically hitting tonight. And if you feel like you need more help on those, you can either, one, look up that specific thing in your textbook to learn about it, or you can go back. I did a cram on each and every unit where I covered all the topics. So if you want to like, man, I feel like there was a lot of stuff on, let's see, Unit 5. There's a lot of stuff on Unit 5. I want to just get it all again. I can watch that hour-long cram. However, if you're on the East Coast, I'm going to have to tell you to maybe don't do that. Okay? Maybe just take a deep breath, look up one or two things, and then go to bed. You're going to be just fine. If you're on the West Coast, you got a little bit more time. Maybe you could watch a cram afterwards if you want. Or you could just relax for a second because you already have done a ton of work, I'm sure. Okay, let's go back down to where we are here. We've gone through a lot of slides, guys. This is the one we are on now. Let's go back to presenter mode. Struggling a little bit. There it goes. Okay, and then let's remember to turn our captions on. There they are. How many of you love my trash can throwing the trash everywhere? Something about that GIF just really, it cracks me up. You can just sit here and watch it all day long, throwing the trash everywhere. It's hilarious. Hilarious. Okay. Keep going. Nope. Stop playing. There we go. Okay, content review. Let's go back to our answers here. I feel like, let's publish our results. I feel like this one's a little bit more spread out than our other answers, but for the most part, you guys have been all selecting like the same things. I feel like if you were all knew each other in real life, you would be friends because you're all picking the same things. So if you're not in Discord yet, go talk to each other because I feel like you guys would be friends. You like all the same stuff. We are about 50% here is voting for sweets. And then a pretty even spread after that. A lot of people said healthy food. I'm proud of you. Good for you. Okay, let's hide this. Oh, that's a big slide to get into for our first one. Okay, let's get our stuff back together. Get your notes in front of you so you can check things off as we go over it and as you feel comfortable with it. Get my notes in front of me. Make sure I talk about everything I want to talk about. And let's jump back in. Which of the following is a secondary pollutant that is a major contributing factor of photochemical smog? So in order to answer that question, you've got to break it down. The first thing that it's asking for is primary or secondary pollutants. So what are those? Take a look at our list right there to see what are some primary pollutants and what are secondary air pollutants. Just making sure I had my office door locked. I didn't want my 2-year-old to come in here. She loves the idea of being on screen and she thinks that I'm on screen. She's going to try and come in. Okay. Anyways, primary air pollutants are things that come out of their source as they are, right? So carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, lead, those are coming from their source. And that's the chemical that comes out. A secondary air pollutant comes out as something else and then reacts with things in the environment like oxygen or nitrogen, and it's going to react to become something else. So secondary air pollutants are pollutants that came out as one thing and then reacted and are now something else. Tropospheric ozone, remember I said we were going to talk about that. Tropospheric ozone, again, is ozone that is occurring in the troposphere, not in the stratosphere. And it is a secondary air pollutant. It is going to be formed, it's going to be formed secondarily, and it is highly reactive. And what happens is it's generated when sunlight interacts with nitrous oxides and hydrocarbons in order to form ozone. Ozone is then the major contributing factor of smog. Smog is that like thick brown layer that exists in cities. So going back to our question here, photochemical smog, photochemical. So if you go back to their definition right there, sunlight and nitrous oxides, photo and chemical, right? Because photo is light, so light and chemical creates smog, which is the major component is going to be ozone. So that could tip you off, what the answer is here is O3. But even if you didn't know any of that, like even if you just looked at secondary air pollutants, the rest of those are primary air pollutants, right? So knowing that smog is made of ozone is one way you could answer that question, and knowing that ozone is a secondary air pollutant is another way. So there are two hints in that question is what I'm trying to get at. So let's talk about smog. What is smog? Smog, all you need to know for that is it happens in places that have cars and sunlight. Cities with a lot of cars and a lot of sunlight and mountains around them that create a bowl are going to have issues with smog. Smog is heavy and it lays like low down in the atmosphere. And if there are mountains surrounding a town like a bowl, it's going to get stuck there. Los Angeles and Mexico City are primary examples of places that have smog issues because of the cars. Both cities are have a ton of cars. It's a commuter city. They're warm. There's a lot of sunlight. And they have the geography of having the mountains around them. So both of those cities are really good examples of places that are perfect for creating smog. In the background of this picture, see that brown haze around the mountains? That's the smog. All right, so here's a breakdown again of photochemical smog and how it's created when nitrous oxides and volatile organic hydrocarbons react with heat and sunlight to create that tropospheric ozone. This slide I think is really cool. I showed this in my earlier cram. Well, I realized I just didn't fill up my water when I was on our break. I got coffee, but no water. My priorities are all messed up. Anyways, this picture shows air quality values since 1995. So this is a ton of data. And green is good, and then purple would be like really bad, right, or hazardous. So if you look, typically it's worse in the summer, right? Heat and more sunlight is going to create more smog. And then in the winter, you have more weather events that would clear the smog out, right? Because when it rains, the rain traps the smog and brings it down to earth. Wind is going to push it up and over those mountains. So in general, summer, there's bad air. And if you are not from the West, if you're not familiar with what goes on in California, I guess, they actually have spare the air days where their air quality is so bad that they call for people to do what they can to reduce making air pollution. So they don't want you to drive, definitely don't burn wood in your house for a fire. It's called spare the air days. And essentially you're just supposed to maybe not use your air conditioning as much because the air is so bad it's actually hazardous, and that's a reality. It's kind of crazy. Anyways, 2020, right? The year of the pandemic, everyone worked from home, and there was the largest span of good quality air days that's been recorded since like 1998, right? And like significantly longer. And when I took this data, or when I took this chart, when I found this article, time has passed since then. So I would be curious to see, like, in the past month or so, like, how has the air quality been? Has it still been really good? And that is just crazy. This is a social change that we made where we decided we were just going to work from home. And it's drastically improved our air quality. And this is air quality that changes like people's lives. People are breathing in these highly reactive chemicals that cause lung cancer, and they give people asthma, and they make people sick. And if we just make the decision to work from home, we could drastically change that. So we're not even talking about like everyone drive an electric car, spend a bunch of money doing these things, like literally just work from home. And it would make a massive impact on air pollution. That's crazy, right? Anyways, so something to think about as far as like change in the future. We don't have to make these massive changes that are going to cause, huge economic impact. It could be something as simple as just working from home. All right. The primary anthropogenic contributor to acid deposition is, and I wrote this question like this on purpose. I wanted to use big words to confuse you because you might see those big words on the test, and we should talk about them now. Anthropogenic means human caused. So just gotta learn that. Anthropogenic means human caused. So if you see that on the test, it's not going to be like a natural source of, it's going to be a human caused source of. And acid deposition, that's acid rain is what they're talking about, but acid deposition would incorporate like acid rain, acid sleet, acid snow, any downfall of like acid water in any form, right? So it's going to be all of it together. Anyways, the leading man-made contributor to acid rain is coal burning power plants. Just a fact. Burning coal creates nitric oxides and sulfur dioxides, and that is what causes rainwater to be more acidic. And that more acidic water, when it falls down back to earth, has an impact on plants and animals. It erodes rock. It kills aquatic organisms. It causes plants to die or be damaged. And we're not talking like acid, like, the rain's going to burn me. No. When you look at the pH scale, again, the pH scale is always confusing because it's like things that are more acidic have a lower number. So it's backwards, I guess. So water is normally around 7. You might be seeing stuff fall that's like a little bit closer to 5. It's not going to be like like acid rain, as in like a level 1 that's going to burn your skin or something. But if it was something that's outside all the time, like a tree, yeah, it might cause some long-term damage. It might cause the tree to die. It might cause soil to become acidic. If the soil's acidic, that's going to cause the plants to die. Doing things like adding calcium carbonate to the soil is going to mitigate that, and it's going to make it so plants can still live in that area. All right, I'm going to just step away for 1 second here. I got to fill up my water cup that I forgot to do. Give me just a sec. All right, sorry about that. Okay, which of the following sets greenhouse gas emission reduction standards for countries? And that's going to be the Kyoto Protocol. It's important to know the difference between these different regulations, especially the difference between Kyoto and Montreal. You just got to memorize the difference. You got to think of a way to break that apart in your head, maybe a mnemonic device or something. The Kyoto Protocol sets greenhouse gas emission reduction standards. So basically, Kyoto said, hey guys, let's do what we can to reduce the amount of CO2 and methane, but more so the amount of CO2. Let's reduce the amount we're doing. And the Kyoto Protocol was not highly effective because a lot of countries were like, so basically what happened is that Some countries did not join it. Some countries said, no, we're not doing that. And because some countries said no, other countries, this is the tragedy of the commons again, said, hey, you know what, that's not fair. If they're not going to spend the money, and the time to reduce their greenhouse gases, then neither are we, because it's going to cause us like all this economic hardship, and we're not going to do it if you're not going to do it. So basically that's what happened here, is that some countries didn't sign it. The US was like, we're not doing it because other countries are not doing it, and we don't want to like go through that economic hardship. If other people aren't, we're going to lose our, status as a world power and all this stuff. So anyways, it wasn't really effective. The Montreal Protocol, which we're going to talk about like CFCs and stuff more specifically too, but Montreal Protocol was extremely effective because everyone was just like, oh yeah, CFCs are bad. Let's not do CFCs anymore. Let's do this other alternative instead. So like all major developed is the wrong word to say, industrialized countries agreed to it, and it was highly effective, and CFCs just like aren't a thing anymore, right? So that one was really effective. The Clean Air Act set emission standards for cars. And so that's like more specifically for just cars, instead of like as a country, we're going to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So those are in the same family, but a little bit different. Clean Air Act is also like something that's like a federal, that's like US only. Kyoto Protocol is like a bunch of different countries working together. So that's kind of how those things are different. And let's see, Miriam let me know that I may have selected the wrong answer on the Google form for one of our questions here. So let me just make sure I highlight that one when we get to it, and I'll make sure I tell you the right one. Give me just a sec. So we'll double check that when we get to it. And then if it is the wrong answer, just add a point to your overall score so you know how you're doing. Okay, catalytic converter is used to prevent pollutants from exiting internal combustion engines. So a catalytic converter is a piece of mechanics that is put on an engine that converts CO2 and nitrous oxides into hydrocarbons, carbon monoxide and nitrous oxides into hydrocarbons, CO2, nitrogen, O2, and water. So essentially, all you need to know for this is that the catalytic converter makes cars' emissions cleaner and into chemicals that are going to have less of an impact. Other regulations that we've made for cars are the vapor recovery nozzle, and that's a picture of that there. The idea is when you burn your gas, right? When you burn your fuel, your petroleum in your car, it doesn't create a vacuum in your gas tank. There's still stuff there, and that is gas fumes, right? Those gas fumes they have a high global warming potential. And we don't want them to escape into the atmosphere. So what this thing does is when you fuel your car, the liquid fuel goes into your car, and the gas, the fumes, go back up into the tube and are stored or taken away, right? So it's the idea that like you're not just going to like push them out. And some still do escape, but a lot are recovered. So that's a vapor recovery nozzle. We just talked about the catalytic converter, and we have talked about CAFE standards already, so we're not going to cover those again, but those are some regulations for cars. Wind farms, sonar, and construction, and cars are all sources of. This one was pretty easy. It's going to be noise pollution. So one of the things with noise pollution that we want to make sure that we talk about is the environmental consequences for organisms that use echolocation as a means of finding food and navigating and living their daily lives. the use of sonar in the ocean, it can be used for multiple things. So sonar can be used for like submarines. Sonar can be used for mapping the bottom of the ocean. But fishing vessels also use sonar. So like large fishing ships use sonar. Again, sonar is using like a loud sound, bounces off a object, and then you can capture an image based on how it comes back. So if you're a big boat, you can like bounce the sound around in the open ocean. And if there's a huge school of fish down there, it'll bounce back and you can see it. Makes fishing like really efficient because essentially you can see the fish in the ocean and you can scoop them out. But bouncing that water or bouncing that sound around in the ocean is going to like really mess with cetaceans or whales and dolphins. And we don't know exactly why they do these beaching events where they all like go up on the ocean. And when I was in school for marine biology, one of the like major theories is that it startles them. It scares them so bad that they surface really quickly, and it causes them to essentially get the bends in there and have like their like eardrums rupture because they come up so quickly. When they do a necropsy, is an autopsy on an animal. When they do necropsies of these beached whales, a lot of times they find bleeding in their ear canal. And they don't know if the sound is just so loud that it like ruptures their ear canal, or if it scares them so bad that they surface immediately and that causes their ear canal to explode. If you've ever been in water, like diving down, you know the pressure hurts your ears as you go down. Well, whales have ears; they just have skin over them, you know. So they have ears in their head that they just don't have like a hole in the outside like we do. Anyways, we digress. But that's why one of the major reasons why noise pollution is so damaging to organisms. Cetaceans are one of the most harmed by that. Which of the following is an example of point source pollution? And this is a really good one to kind of break down because it's confusing. Point source and non-point source. Point source is a single identifiable source of the pollution. An example would be a smokestack or an oil spill because that's where the pollution happened. That's where it's coming from. Non-point source is multiple diffuse sources all over the place causing pollution. So these two pictures look like the same exact thing, but they're very different. The first one is a factory. The pollution's coming out of that smokestack. That's where the pollution is, point source. The second one, this is a drainage pipe, and that water, if it has pollutants in it like oil, that's going to be coming from all over the city. And when it rains, it picks it up. And then the final place where it pops out before it goes into the ocean is that tube. So look the same, right? But they're very different. One is non-point source. It's very hard to find the original source. The other is point source. Very easy to see where that pollution is coming from. So when you go back and look at your possible examples here, the example of point source pollution is going to be the Exxon Valdez oil spill because we know exactly where it is. Where the other ones, the dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico is going to come from hundreds of farms. Bioaccumulation of DDT. DDT is going to come from a bunch of different sources, all going to one eagle. And then CFCs, again, this is a bunch of different sources where it's all coming from. It's going to be almost impossible to point out where they were specifically. Even with the CFCs one, if you said, oh, it's just spray cans, like, yeah, I guess spray cans were the majority of the source of it. But like, where are the spray cans? Who has them? Where are they distributed to? So like that kind of thing. Those are going to be non-point source. Chemicals that interfere with hormonal systems of organisms are known as endocrine disruptors. Your endocrine system is your hormonal system. There's a picture from our biology class of your different glands that produce your hormones. If you are interacting with chemicals that are endocrine disruptors, it's going to mess with your hormones. That is going to lead to things like developmental disorders or birth defects. And then gender imbalances in things like fish. So endocrine disruptors, a lot of times that's because fish like change gender. You know, something might start off as a male fish and then like become a female, or start off as a female and become a male, which is more typical. More typical, they start as females and then become males. But Yeah, anyways, so that can cause gender imbalances in fish. Examples of these are BPA and DDT. So that insecticide that we sprayed all over ourselves, like, whoops, that might cause birth defects. And this one here, BPA, that one I always want to like stop and just talk about for a second to realize how huge that was. We were all drinking water out of plastic containers that had BPA, and those was found to be an endocrine, disruptor. So we were all drinking these like plastic water bottles, filled with this chemical. And then we found out that like how horrible it was. And then like now every single plastic bottle you buy like has a sticker on it that says BPA free, like, oh, everything's fine, drink out of this plastic water bottle. But BPA is only the one that we know about that was bad, right? Like what else is in there that we don't even know about yet that's bad, that we haven't even, what else is it doing to us? So for me, that's like a really scary. Drinking out of plastic is really scary for me. Just because like we did it for so long and thought it was perfectly fine, and then realized like, oh, it can cause birth defects. That's massive. That's huge. That's so sad. And the fact that the general public was just like, thought that it was okay. So in my mind, I'm like, well, what do we think is okay now that's not okay? But maybe I'm just super paranoid. I don't know. All right, here we go. Here is our slide on eutrophication. So the hypoxic conditions in eutrophied waterways are caused by, and this is a tough question. If you didn't get this right, that's okay. I wrote a tough question on purpose because I wanted to challenge you. The hypoxic conditions in eutrophied waterways are caused by bacteria metabolizing decaying algae and producing carbon dioxide. Like what? Let's break this down. Okay, eutrophication. This image here shows all the steps of eutrophication, and each of those little numbers correspond with a description over here. You've got to know what eutrophication is, right? We've talked about it like a bazillion times tonight, so we've got to understand this. Okay, step one, excess nutrients are applied. So there's our farm, there's our bag of fertilizer. We put too much on. Okay. Step two, some nutrients leach into the soil or are absorbed into the soil. Step three, some nutrients run off. So now we have rain coming. And so 2 and 3 there, you can see rain is going to come and take those excess nutrients, which is going to be nitrogen and phosphorus, and wash it into the waterways. Step 4, the excess nutrients cause algae to grow. Remember, algae is just a plant. Typically single cell little plant. Sometimes it's like strains or strands, but anyways, you're gonna have a bunch of algae growing because of the nutrients. The algae is gonna reduce the amount of light that can come down because the algae is gonna cover the top. Remember that picture we saw earlier that had a bridge and it was all green? There's no light getting to the bottom of that pond. The plants beneath the algae die because they can't get enough sunlight. So now those plants died. Eventually, the algae dies because it runs out of nutrients, right? Ate up all the nutrients died or is gone, the algae dies. That algae then sinks to the bottom as well. Bacteria begin to decompose the remains of the algae and the plants. So this is that step we're talking about. So bacteria are little organisms. They are going to be doing like aerobic decomposition. So what that means is like our equations we looked at before, right? They're going to be eating the sugars and producing CO2. So bacteria are breathing oxygen and they are producing CO2. At the end of this whole process, the water is hypoxic, meaning that those bacteria used up all the oxygen and left it filled with CO2. Now the fish die because the fish don't have any more oxygen. The plants are dead, so that's what was putting the oxygen in there. And then the bacteria used up all the rest of the oxygen to eat the plants and produce a bunch of CO2. And now you have a hypoxic body of water with no oxygen and no plants and dead fish, and that's a dead zone. Did you stay with me for that? That's why it's written out. If you need to reread this, it's there. But this happens on a really, really large scale. So all of those farms along the Mississippi are going to be over-fertilizing. It's impossible not to, right? So they're going to be putting too much fertilizer, too much nitrogen and phosphorus. It's going to wash into the waterways. And that inevitably is going to wash out into the Gulf of Mexico, and it's going to create a huge dead zone because of this going on. So this can happen in like a lake, it can happen in a river, it can happen in the ocean. And that is eutrophication. All right, let's keep going here. Consuming which animal would pose a greater risk of mercury contamination? And that is going to be our bluefin tuna. So anything that's going to be at the top of the food chain is going to bioaccumulate more chemicals in their body because they are consuming more other organisms. Sorry, I had to take a coffee break there. So persistent organic pollutants or substances like mercury, so this is like our DDT, these chemicals, and I think even like Teflon is one of these chemicals now, like that are bioaccumulating in organisms. As an organism, as you go up the food chain, and that organism has to eat so many more organisms below it, the persistent organic pollutants are not going to dissipate as like the energy would, as the energy leaves. So as you move up the food chain, the parts per million of toxins increases at about the same rate as the overall biomass decreases. So again, 10% moves up, 90% is lost. So here you would see that like 10% more every time you go up would increase like per pound or per organism as it moves up. In general, organisms that are really high up on the tertiary level, so an organism that eats another one, that eats another one, that eats another one, is going to have, and things that live for a really long time, they're going to have massive amounts of chemicals in their tissues. Can you think of an animal that eats other animals and lives for a really long time? You're describing humans. So humans are definitely storing large amounts of these chemicals in our body over time as we eat a ton of meat, and we live a really long time. Anyways, so definitely things like tuna. It's really strange kind of how we think about the ocean and how we eat fish. If we applied the same ideas to land animals, it would be sort of crazy. So think of the land animals that you eat, right? We eat herbivores. We eat cows and chickens. Pigs are actually omnivores. So those are like secondary consumers. But for the most part, the animals that we eat are primary consumers. And that would mean that they would have a very low amount of built up chemicals in their body, right? Because they eat grass and then we eat them. So it's the food chain is very limited. But when we think about like what's good seafood, like what fish we would want to eat, typically the very high level predators are more valued. So people really want to eat mahi-mahi and swordfish and shark and bluefin tuna, things like that. Those are extremely high level predators. Those organisms are going to be eating like 4 tertiary levels up. It would be the equivalent of eating like, tigers or something, right? And tigers are still only like 2 tertiary levels. So like eagles, it would be very strange to eat that sort of animal if it was like a land animal. It would make much more sense to eat anchovies and tilapia and trying to think of other, what's the other name of the one? I'm blanking on it. Anyways, there are low level or primary consumer fish. Mackerel is what I was thinking of. But we like those are considered like gross, or we don't like them, for whatever reason, which is really just like a cultural thing. But yeah, so something to think about. We like put this high value on high level predator fish, and they're like really unhealthy for us to eat. Not to mention they are very, very difficult to catch, and it takes a long time for them to mature and grow in the wild. And Miriam just came up with a great point for me to cover. Let me read her full thing so I make sure I do it right. Okay, so some people had a really good question, like why wasn't whales the answer, right? So humpback whales, although they're huge, are, you know, very similar to cows, or maybe like one step above a cow. I would say similar to pigs, because they are going to eat plankton or krill. So humpback whales, any baleen whale or any whale that's going to like filter feed off the top are eating like microscopic, either they're eating phytoplankton, which is a plant, which is a primary producer, or they're eating zooplankton, which would be krill, and zooplankton would be that that primary. Man, I'm like talking so much, I feel like I'm just stuttering over my words. Let me start over. Humpback whales eat plankton. And in that plankton, there is phytoplankton and zooplankton. Zooplankton are things like krill, and they are primary consumers. So a humpback whale is going to be a secondary consumer, very low on the food chain, right? Still not the best. Like, it still might be better to eat anchovy, but a bluefin tuna is going to be like 4 or 5 levels above that, because they are eating fish that ate fish that ate fish that ate zooplankton that ate phytoplankton, if that makes sense. So hopefully that explained it a little bit. Whales would be like closer to eating something like eating pork, whereas tuna would be closer to eating something like a tiger or eagles or something up more as a predator. And then this is just a slide going over again. If when I was mentioning persistent organic pollutants, if you were like, what in the world is that? This is a slide again about kind of what they are. They're synthetic carbon-based molecules that do not easily break down. So they live or hang around in the tissues of organisms, and then accumulate it up the trophic levels. All right, let's keep going here. Okay, which of the following types of solid waste create a large pollution issue in the ocean due to their longevity and ability to float? And that is going to be plastic products. All of the other types of like trash that we have, for the most part, don't have nearly the same environmental impact as plastic. Okay, so, I think we should celebrate. It's 7 o'clock my time, which means we have 1 hour to go left to hit 8 o'clock. So whatever time zone you are in, we have 1 hour left. So we should celebrate that mile marker as we move on here. Okay, plastic doesn't go away, like we talked about. Plastic also is unique in its ability to float. And so these pictures I talked about in a Cram earlier too. So the picture on the right is a picture of Glass Beach. There are a few glass beaches actually in like Northern California and Oregon. A long time ago, people used to have like, there was like a good beach that was like steep and just like a nice place that they felt would hold the trash well. And it was like the town dump, right? So like if you took your trash at the end of the week and you would dump it like on this beach, like in this part of the ocean. And so they like picked one and that was the dump. And this was before there was plastics. So like for us right now, and with all our beach cleanups and all that stuff, we're like, oh my God, that's horrible. But if you think about it, there's no plastic, right? So if you dump your trash on the ocean, they're going to have organic material like your banana peel, which is going to biodegrade fairly quickly. The sea creatures are probably going to be super stoked about that. You're going to have papers, right? That's going to fall apart in the water, pretty quickly biodegrade. Then what else? You're going to have glass. Glass is made out of sand. So if you throw it in the ocean, it's going to get broken up by the waves. It's going to turn into little tiny stones and basically go back to being sand. And then your last one is metal. So large metals are going to rust. Metal is a fairly natural substance. It's going to create ecosystems for little organisms to attach to. In general, it's not the end of the world, right? And that's what these glass beaches are. These glass beaches are old dumps. Can you imagine if like the dump is now this like awesome glass beach that's like beautiful to go to? Don't get me wrong, we don't want to dump chemicals into the ocean. So dumping your oil or your old cleaning products and that kind of stuff, that's no good. But just these like general items, it's not the end of the world to dump it in the ocean, right? But then we invented plastic, and plastic floats, and plastic floats away. And now the ocean is just filled with floating plastic that doesn't degrade. It doesn't go away. It just turns back into chemicals and gets into the body of organisms. Because it floats, seabirds eat it, fish eat it, whales eat it, everything. It breaks down and becomes part of the plankton. Plankton is just a word meaning things floating in the ocean. So plastic is plankton. It becomes plankton, and it has had a massive environmental, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. There's no other way to talk about it. All right, so I linked here sewage treatment. I don't have a specific question on sewage treatment, so I wasn't going to go over it. But if you feel like you can't check that box off, like you don't understand the process of sewage treatment, watch that QR code video and go over that again. If you feel solid about it, we're just going to keep moving. I'm not going to specifically talk about all the pieces of it because that video can do it for you. Yeah, but I'm going to talk about something else with it. But in general, yeah, watch that video if you feel like you need a little bit of extra support with that. The thing I wanted to talk about again or re-bring up is the idea of wastewater overflow systems, which are typically not talked about as much. The idea is your storm drains outside, right? Okay, so let's talk about your toilet and the storm drains outside. When you flush your toilet and that super gross stuff, that doesn't just like go into the lake near your house. That goes to a wastewater treatment center, like in this picture, right? So we're going to do like a lot of things, a lot of tanks, a lot of treatment to make that acceptable. And then when it's really, really clean, we're going to put it into a large body of water to still dissipate it, right? So we're still not going to just like drink it then. We're going to like set it free in the ocean or in a large lake. Or sometimes we'll use it to like water the grass and fields and stuff. So it's still like really, really, really clean. And then we're going to like go put it somewhere else even. Anyways, now the water outside in the drains that go by your house that fill up like when it rains or when you wash your car. There's two different things that happen to that. In some cities, those go directly into the large body of water. So in some cities, that car wash soap that you just used is going to go straight into the ocean, straight into the large lake. In some cities, it's going to go to that wastewater treatment center and get cleaned up, right? So you might think like, oh man, I hope my city cleans it up. Well, maybe not. So this is the downside of that. If your wastewater treatment, like and this is like the outside, right? So if the curbs outside, that water, if that goes to the plant that treats like your toilet water, think about when you have a massive rainfall event, massive rainfall, like record rain, that this plant right here can't handle that. It's not built to handle that. So what happens is they just open everything up. It's all just going to flood out. All the untreated sewage from like your toilet, flood it all out to the ocean or the lake or wherever we put it. Lake Mead, like if you're in Vegas, wherever we put it, let's just flood it out, right? So like that's gross, right? And so you'll see signs like, see in this ocean sign here says sewage contamination, like don't get in the water because we did a massive flood event, right? So in a lot of places, these large bodies of water are unsafe to go swimming in after a large rain event because we've flooded the system when we just like let it drain out. the idea is that you got so much rainwater that it overflowed the system and it diluted, like you have your one toilet bowl full of gross water, and then you had like, I don't even know an appropriate number to add to it. Let's say 500 gallons of rainwater per that water bowl or that toilet bowl. So, you know, it's pretty diluted. It'll be fine. That's the idea anyways. So that's wastewater overflow. So pros and cons, right? If your city does not direct the rainwater to the sewage treatment center, then when it rains a ton like that, you don't have to worry about it overflowing sewage. But you do have to worry about the fact that when you wash your car, those chemicals and all that stuff is not getting treated. It's just going straight into the waterway. Pros and cons to both. But I wanted you to be set with that concept in case it does come up on the exam. Okay. What type of gas has the greatest overall impact on increasing global temperatures? What do you think this one is? The answer to this one is going to be carbon dioxide. There's two things to consider. There is the global warming potential. Carbon dioxide is the standard for that, so that's why it is a 1. So that's like we're gauging everything off of carbon dioxide. And then the concentration, so the amount of it that exists. Carbon dioxide does not have the highest thermal retention property of all of these gases. It actually kind of has the lowest. But there's so much carbon dioxide that it is having the greatest impact. And that's why when we hear about climate change, pretty much we just hear people talking about carbon dioxide and driving cars less. That's typically what we hear about. But methane that comes from cows and livestock, that's 25 times greater global warming potential. So 1 molecule of methane is worth 25 molecules of carbon dioxide. And let's look at some other things. Nitrous oxide is 300 times. Chlorofluorocarbons, those are massive amounts. It depends. So it could be 13,000 times stronger. So you can see here, like, that's why it was so important to ban CFCs, not only for their ability to deplete the ozone, but for their global warming potential as well. But there's not very many of them. You know, the parts per million are much lower. So overall, carbon dioxide has the greatest impact, but other things have a higher global warming potential. And that's important to know. So definitely make sure you understand what global warming potential is, and then the concentration of each one. You don't have to like memorize. Don't memorize those things. Just maybe memorize methane, like memorize that methane is 25 times stronger. That might be important to know, like memorized, but the rest of the numbers, you don't have to memorize, just understand like the general concept. There's way more CO2 than there is methane, but methane is way stronger, that kind of idea. And then obviously where they come from. Which of the following agreements led to the reduction of CFCs? You'll see I added this again because it's really important. You have to know Kyoto Protocol and Montreal Protocol. So if you don't have those down 100%, you need to. The other two we have in there you might see come up. Stockholm Convention was the phase out of persistent organic pollutants. And the IWC is the International Whaling Commission. The IWC decided, I think in 1986, remember everything in environmental science is like 1986. That was a hot year. A lot of stuff happened then. They encouraged countries to ban whaling except for cultural scientific reasons and to implement quota numbers, which again was an option. Some countries chose to follow it. Some countries did not. Whew, okay. I think it's time that we talk about ozone depletion. So again, there are our layers of the atmosphere. The ozone occurs in the stratosphere. Stratospheric ozone is a good thing. Tropospheric ozone is a bad thing for humans. What is the ozone layer? Okay, this slide might be intimidating, but it's really, I promise it's not an intimidating concept. There is, let's break this down. back to our chemistry class for a second here. A molecule is a group of atoms bonded together. So O2 or O3, oxygen or ozone. And an atom is a basic unit of the element. So in the ozone layer, it's not just ozone. There are these three things there. There are single O's, there are two O's bonded together, and then there are three O's bonded together. And they are all existing all the time. And they're always breaking apart and coming together. The sun is emitting UV rays, UVA, B, and C. C is the most reactive, then B, then A. As those rays are coming down to Earth, they're highly energized and they can break apart these molecules. So if you look at our little diagrams there to the bottom left, you'll see the little links. And this is way oversimplified. I know like my chemistry teachers looking at this would be like, oh my gosh, that's not what they look like. But for environmental science, this is really all you need to know. You don't need to worry about like the angles of the molecules. But you need to know that there are two bonded together or there are three bonded together. And those little bonds are broken apart by the UV rays. So, and then those chemicals, those O3, O2s, and oxygen atoms are highly reactive. So they are just coming back together. So they're broken apart, come back together, broken apart, come back together. So they're always trying to form the three, right? They're always trying to get to ozone with 1, 2, 3. And then they get hit by a ray and they come apart and now they're a 2 and a 1. And then they get hit apart and now they're 3 little 1s. And then they come back to a 2 and a 1 and a 3. And they're constantly breaking apart like that. It's called like this, like popping, like popcorn. So that is happening all the time. And that's wonderful because as they break apart and come back together, they're protecting us from those sun rays from coming in. They're absorbing almost all of the UVC, a ton of the UVB rays as they come in. Okay, so how did humans mess that up? We created this really cool stuff called chlorofluorocarbons. CFCs are propellants. We use them in products like Raid, hairspray, spray paint. And what it is it is a substance that is not reactive. It's very mellow. It doesn't react with stuff. And it carries things for us. So it can carry paint. It can carry hairspray. It can carry like smelly like stuff we want to spray in the air in our room if it stinks. Anything where you like push a button and it comes flying out, that's a propellant. And it has like CFCs that are going to carry a substance that either smells good or paints something or makes our hair sticky, whatever. So we loved them. They were so cool. We used them all the time. And they didn't react with anything. Like they don't give us cancer. They don't like bond with the paint in our house. They don't cause them to rust. Like they're really great. They're actually so stable that they don't react with anything, and they can make it all the way up to the stratosphere before they interact with something strong enough to break them apart. And that thing strong enough is going to be those UV rays. So let's see if I got our next slide here. I'll just talk about it. So when they get all the way up to the stratosphere, they are broken apart by that UV radiation, and the chlorine becomes a free atom and is able to bond with oxygen. But when it does that, that oxygen is no longer free to bond back to other oxygens and reform O3. So there are no more O3s in order to block out those really strong UVC rays or UVB rays. So essentially, that's where the ozone hole came from, right? And by ozone hole, we just mean a depletion of the overall ozone layer, concentrated in the Antarctic because of the way the Earth spins and because of the cold air. It gets concentrated there. Why does this matter? Now those UV rays can come in and interact with our bodies. So with all organisms, plants and animals are now getting hit with these highly reactive UV rays that we weren't getting hit with before. They cause us to get sunburns, skin cancer, and cataracts. And we obviously can mitigate these by wearing sunscreen, which blocks UVA and UVB rays, or sunglasses that specifically block UVA and UVB rays. UVC rays are not typically going to get down to us because they are so reactive. They're going to react with like other chemicals in the troposphere before they would hit us, but the other two are going to. And again, The Montreal Protocol was highly effective, and CFCs have been banned for the most part in like most industrialized countries. They still do exist in some industrializing countries, but they were replaced with hydrochlorofluorocarbons. Adding the hydrogen makes it more reactive so that those chemicals react in the troposphere. They don't make it to the stratosphere, but they still have that global warming potential that we saw before. So that like 13,000 times stronger than carbon dioxide, that's still true. So anytime you're using a can where you push a button and it comes flying out, that's a propellant. So like whipped cream that comes flying out, hairspray, spray paint, what else? Febreze that makes the air smell good. Anytime that it has like a propellant and comes flying out. If you have to like use your hand to squeeze a bottle and forcibly make it come out in a liquid, it probably does not have that. So just something for you to make smart choices when you are purchasing. Here's a picture again of that depletion and the hydrochlorofluorocarbons. So the ozone hole has gone away. It takes so long for the CFCs to get to the stratosphere to like float up there that even though we've made the change, we haven't necessarily we've seen the hole get smaller or less bad, but it's going to take some more time. But we are on the mend. It will get better. It is getting better slowly. Okay. Whew. Okay, I think this is the one where I selected the wrong answer. So let me see on my forms here what I selected for you. The correct answer is generalist and R selected. Let me see what I did on those forms here. Oh yeah, for sure. My bad, guys. I'm sorry. I selected generalist and K selected on accident on the form. But you guys, I have to tell you, 75% of you picked the right answer. You got marked wrong. I'm sorry. Add a point to yourselves for that. So yeah, the correct answer is going to be generalist and R selected. Yeah, invasive species. Let's talk about invasive species. Invasive species are organisms that are living in an area that they are not naturally from. Sorry, I should drink some water. Whew, okay. Human movement and globalization of trade and travel have led to species moving from their native habitat to new locations and competing with native species. Generalists, remember, are things that like are raccoon, right? So they are able to eat a bunch of different things, live in a bunch of different temperatures. They are happy with anything. Are selected, have a ton of babies. They reproduce really quickly. Their life cycles are usually really short. So like a mouse, they're going to live for like 5 years and have like 55 babies in that amount of time. And those are the ones that are going to be able to be more invasive. Some big examples that you should know about are zebra mussels, cane toads, and maybe stiltgrass. So the idea here is that it can be animals, it can be plants, it can be things that move around, it can be sedentary things. A lot of different things can become invasive. And how do we stop this or prevent this from happening? That's the key, is prevention. So now that we realize that this has happened, we have a lot of regulations. So with the zebra mussels, you have to check your boat. So anytime you take your boat out of one lake and into another lake, you have to make sure that it's completely dried out and scraped and checked for mussels so that you don't introduce them into a new lake. And then like laws as far as like introducing animals on purpose. We for a while we did that. Like the cane toads, we introduced on purpose to the sugarcane fields because we were like, oh, there's way too many sugarcane beetles. Let's put these toads there. And then the toads were like, oh, I don't eat beetles anyways. I'm just going to go eat all this other stuff, like native species. So a lot of times we introduced species on accident or on purpose, and then realized that that was actually a horrible idea. So we've had to kind of mitigate that. And Japanese stiltgrass is completely rampant in the US. It's all over the place, especially the East Coast. And I believe it originally came as a way to package like fancy dishes from Japan and from China. It was like dried out and used to package dishes and shipped here. And then apparently some of it was still alive. And when it got thrown out to the landfill, it just grew and took off. So now it's everywhere. Once they're out, it's very, very difficult to get these organisms back and to mitigate it. And I know in Australia, they do a lot to try and get rid of the cane toads. So they literally have they go out and like just catch them in buckets and try and get rid of them. I know on the Appalachian Trail, I've been part of groups that go out and remove invasive species. So we would train students on different species that we're specifically targeting. Like we would go to a forest like this where it is all stiltgrass and just like physically remove it and pick it all out. But really inefficient. It's probably just going to come right back. Maybe if you pick it out, you can give a native species an option to grow there, an opportunity to grow there. But typically they're being outcompeted by these invasives, and once they're out, there's really not much that we can do. All right, guys, we are on our second to last question already. We're getting there. Okay. Around what percentage of assessed species are being threatened with significant loss of their population or potential extinction? The correct answer here is 25. I don't think they're going to ask you to like memorize that number for the exam, but it's important to know in general that like a massive amount of species are being threatened with extinction right now. Almost all species numbers are threatened. You know, almost nothing is doing like wonderfully right now, unless it is those like really good generalists. So, raccoons are doing great. Pigeons are doing great. So some species are doing fine. But for the most part, most things are not. Most things are in serious decline, but 25% are threatened with extinction, meaning like they will be gone completely. And I don't want to be wrong on my stats here, but I just watched a recent documentary that said humans and our livestock make up 90% of the biomass on Earth. So like all of the other animals in the entire Earth are only like 10%. I could be wrong on those exact numbers, but the gist of it is right. Humans and our livestock we make up the vast majority of all of the organisms on the Earth at this point. So let's look at some of the reasons why. And that's what that abbreviation means. So these are the reasons why organisms are being destroyed: habitat destruction, invasive species, human population growth, pollution, climate change, and overexploitation. So those pictures below are some of those examples of why. The picture on the far left there, those are bison skulls. So when we built the railroad going across the Americas, the bison would like get in the way, and it was a potential to derail the railroad. It was a potential to derail the train. So we killed them. If we kill all the bison, then they're not going to knock the train off its track. And we almost made them go extinct. And they were, and we don't have exact numbers now because we didn't study it at the time, but in looking back at it, scientists think that they were the most numerous species on the planet as far as large herbivores. So, more than the large herds that we see in the African countries. There's so many of them, and supported by these massive grasslands in the center of the US, and they're almost gone now, almost completely. And they are still being removed from lands. Actually, so I told you I live in Montana. They actually just passed a law here stating that bison are not going to be like categorized or are considered as wild animals would be for natural like BLM land. And the reason that they did that is because they directly compete with cattle for grazing. So BLM land is public use land. That's our commons. It is rented to ranchers to graze cattle so that we can have our hamburgers. And basically what they're saying, people wanted to reintroduce bison. People wanted to say like, look, this is public lands, huge areas of land that's supposed to be like preserved land that we're not going to like build condos on. We should put the bison back. Like we killed them all, but let's put the bison back on these land. And the ranchers said no, because there's not enough grass for the cows and the bison. And the ranchers won. So we're not going to put bison back. We're going to keep the cows there instead. And we could feel really sad about that. That, you know, that could be, it is kind of tragic. But on the other hand, you know, when was the last time you had a cheeseburger? Are we supporting the growing of cattle by our choices of what we eat? You know, are we still want our cheeseburgers? We can't have both. So do we want to put bison back on the land, or do we want to grow farm cattle? And that's kind of where we're at right now with things. And that's a real life decision that was like last week that was decided here in Montana. So something interesting to think about again with that. The next picture is urban sprawl. If you live in a big city, if you've ever taken an airplane ride or flown over a big city, it is shocking when the airplane takes off and all you can see for miles and miles in any direction is roads and buildings. There's no natural spaces for miles and miles. And it's freaky, especially taking off over Los Angeles or like Mexico City is a good example. You know, there's no, that like, just like that picture there, there's just no trees. There's nothing. It's just human sprawl for like really, really long distances. So obviously you're not going to have natural organisms living there. We've completely altered the ecosystem to be like this hard cement, like hot, polluted area that like organisms can't live there. Exploitation, that is our picture here of our shark fins. So that is overexploitation of sharks. So sharks are harvested just for their fins to make soup because it's believed to have medical properties. And shark populations are just completely decimated because of that. Other species are facing the exact same problem, just like all of our large species with ivory. So elephants and rhinoceros and rhinos, all these things are just being destroyed because we want to, eat their horn because we think it's going to give us like magical powers, which it's not. So yeah, overexploitation, that would be one. And then the last one, it is urban sprawl, but it's a little different. The idea of farming. So much of the interior of the US and of other countries has been converted from natural habitat to farmland, a massive amount. So just as crazy as it is flying off, taking an airplane over a major city like Los Angeles, flying over the center of the US and looking down and seeing all of the farmland that is no longer conducive for animals to live in. You think, oh, it's grass, or it's corn. You can have animals living there. But it is sprayed with chemicals, and there is so many measures done to make sure that natural organisms do not go there because we do not want them to touch our food. It's just as bad of a habitat for them as the city. They cannot live there. So all of these things are just completely destroying the ability for organisms that are not humans to live. This is how we measure it. So that QR code is going to take you to IUCN Red List. That's a website that is a group that is documenting every single organism. They're getting there. They don't have them all yet. And it's impossible to get everything, but they have a goal they want to get to. And these are the guys that are telling us 25% of everything is endangered. So this is where that statement is coming from. This is how they measure it. So extinct in the wild, critical, endangered, vulnerable, near threatened, and least concerned. And there are 5 regulations that they use to base it on. And you can read about them on that website. You don't need to memorize it. If you're interested in this, it is really interesting. You can literally look up like any animal. You can even go by ecosystem. So you can be like, I want to look up the savannah and look up endangered animals on the savannah and search that way. You can look up what animals were just classified as endangered the most recently and see those. It's a really interesting website, but it has like pictures and stuff too. It's fun to look at. Well, fun and maybe a little overwhelming or depressing, I guess. But anyway, so they classify these. And if you look at the classifications, you'll be shocked at how low the numbers are. Like to be considered endangered, it's and I don't want to say the wrong number, but it's like very low. So it's like, oh, only like 200 of the animal left, then we'll call it endangered. And in your head, you're like, oh man, 200. Like that's not enough. That should be called endangered, at 2,000. But so the numbers to be considered like endangered or threatened or something are, they have to meet like 2 of the 5 things. So they look at like, are they case selected? Are they generalist? Are they specialists? What community do they live in as far as like population growth? Are humans burning down their forest? So they look at like a bunch of different things as far as like how fast they reproduce and how much of their environment is being destroyed to give them a classification. And then those classifications are then, depending on the country, used to make decisions. Like if there's an endangered species living in the field, you might not be able to build your casino there. Like you'd have to maybe move them all to somewhere else, or you'd have to build somewhere different. Or maybe if you build your casino there, then you also have to buy the land next to it to make it into a preserve. So it helps us make laws to try and protect these organisms. Whew, all right, guys, this is our last question. I'm looking at the time and I'm going to say we might not have time to get to our FRQ, but that's okay. Let's keep going. But I'm just warning you, we might not get there. I want to make sure we talk about climate change, because how do we do environmental science and not talk about climate change? All right, which of the following causes a positive feedback loop of increasing climate? And the correct answer here is melting permafrost. You can get a drink of water, and then let's talk about climate change. Whew, okay. Positive feedback loops. Positive feedback loops are when you do something that's going to make something else happen even more. A negative feedback loop would be like something that you do something that would then stop something else. So by melting the permafrost, it releases methane. So when the permafrost, let's go back to that again. That was like our first question. So it's like doing a full circle here. In the tundra, you've got your permafrost. You're not going to have decomposition because it's frozen. So anytime like a caribou poops or your plant dies, anything happens, it just like becomes more permafrost. So you're just having this like thick layer of like mud and dead organisms that aren't going to decompose because they're frozen, right? Think about like your freezer. All that stuff is just like in there. It's not decomposing because it's frozen. And when things are frozen, you don't have bacteria growth. Anyways, so if the climate increases, again, the difference between frozen and not frozen is 1 degree, right? That's how water and ice works. It's literally 1 degree, 32 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to be frozen or not frozen. So if we increase the average global temperature of like the Arctic by 1 degree, the permafrost will melt. And when it does, then let's imagine if you open your freezer door and you just leave it, it's going to get super gross, right? Because all of that stuff in there is going to begin to decompose. All that stuff that's been frozen for a really, really long time is going to decompose. And remember when we talked about eutrophication, we talked about decomposition. Decomposition is an aerobic event. You have bacteria that are breathing and metabolizing. and they are going to break down those organisms, they're going to break down that organic material. And as a byproduct, they are going to release CO2 and methane. So we do climate change here. We increase the temperature 1 degree. Now we melt the permafrost, which is going to release a massive amount of CO2 and methane. And that is going to cause climate change to happen very rapidly. So it's the idea of like dominoes, right? Have you ever seen the video or a video when you have like a little tiny domino dice thing? I'm not talking about the pizza, but the little dominoes dices. I don't know what you call them. Anyways, and you push it and you push the little one and then it pushes a bigger one and it pushes a bigger one and a bigger one and a bigger one. That's what's going to happen with climate change. At some point, we're going to push the little tiny dominoes so much that they're going to then take off and they're going to start pushing really, really big ones down, and we're not going to be able to stop it. If the permafrost melts, it's going to produce so much CO2 and methane that no amount of us driving electric cars and trying to conserve CO2 at that point is going to matter, because it's just going to take off and we're not going to be able to get it back. And that's what people are talking about, a tipping point. There is a tipping point where if we push these natural systems too far, it's going to take off and it's going to be out of our control. Melting permafrost is one. Melting sea ice is the other. Sea ice is white. Remember, we learned about this in like elementary school. White reflects energy and dark colors absorb energy. That's why like black shirts or black clothes would be warmer, because it's going to absorb the energy. If we melt all the ice off of the earth, that's a huge amount of energy that's reflected back out by that white coloring. So if it's now melted and it's a dark blue ocean, that's going to absorb a lot more heat. So same thing. Those are two positive feedback loops to climate change that are going to make us hit that tipping point so much faster. And climate change is going to really take off and we're not going to be able to do anything about it. So not to freak you out too much, ending on a kind of negative or scary idea, but that's like the bigger topics when we talk about climate change, is the feedback loops, or I guess say not bigger topics, but like the more complex topics with climate change is the feedback loops, talking about permafrost and sea ice. So you got to know those, you got to get those down, because the other parts of climate change are really like the superficial or surface level is just that, cars produce CO2. CO2 has a higher thermal retention property than other atmospheric gases, and it holds in heat from the sun, keeps us warmer. All right, let's see here. This is overall greenhouse gases and how they've increased. And if you look at the dates here, the years on the bottom of this chart, this is not a long time. So we've seen a 45% increase since 1990. I would ask you guys when you were born, but you were I probably wouldn't want to know because it's made me feel old. But think about that, like in the time that you've been alive, how much has it increased? I'm going to tell you, since the time that I've been alive, a massive increase, right? And then look at, again, the main contributors here. What is the main contributor to climate change? That's going to be carbon dioxide. In addition, then you have your methane, nitrous oxide, and CFCs. But those are so minor. Like if we could just get rid of all the carbon dioxide, the other ones would be so much less, and carbon dioxide has really, really increased. Whereas if you look at like methane and the other ones, they're staying about stable. And the increase in carbon dioxide is going to be the increase in burning of fossil fuels. It's just that simple. We just have to stop burning as much fossil fuels, whether that's driving electric cars or switching to wind energy. We have to do something different and quickly. So that overall is our talk about climate change. Woo, okay, we've got 15 minutes left. I don't think we fully have time to go over that FRQ. We can start it. I have all the answers written down in the slides, so you guys can definitely write it and then check your answers if you want. But you, especially if you're on the East Coast right now, you gotta think about your time. Is it going to benefit you to practice writing an FRQ right now? Maybe. Then you should do it. If it's going to benefit you to go sit on the couch and take a deep breath and relax, go do it. If it's going to benefit you to look at your checklist that we made Here, let's put this in a poll really quick. I want to see what percent of the content do you feel 100% on? Let me type this out in a poll. So go ahead and check back in with your checklist now. We just did units 7, 8, and 9. All right, so let's do 90% plus I feel good with. Let's do let's hope we don't get this one. The 25% or less. 25 to 50. Then we'll do 50 to 90%. All right, I'm gonna throw this poll up here. What percent of the content do you feel 100% on? Let's open that. Let us know how you feel. And go ahead and go back to your chart, check it off. If it was me, and my best advice for you would be to pick 2 or 3 things that you were like, okay, maybe it wasn't covered explicitly, or I still don't feel 100% on, and go back and look them up. Either go back and watch that part of the Cram video, maybe even watch a whole Cram video, but that still is like a whole nother hour. I kind of don't recommend doing that. I would say like watch a piece of a Cram video, or in your textbook, look up like 1 or 2 things to read about. And at this point, you're going to benefit more from being calm and relaxed and getting a good night's sleep. You know, other than like trying to go back and study a whole bunch more than you already have. All right, guys. Well, for the most part, let's publish these. For the most part, we're feeling super confident. We've got some people feel 90 plus. The majority of us are 50 to 90%. If you are not feeling like you understand at least 50% of the content at this point, pick a few strong points here and go back and look them up. Remember what we said about the questions, right? About the multiple choice. It's not like your class score. You don't have to get 100% of the content. You don't have to answer 100% of the questions correct in order to pass this exam. You want to be, let's say, at like 75, and you're going to be solid. Okay, so if you are in that 50 to 90%, you guys, you are good to go. So again, it's time to congratulate yourself and take a deep breath and know that everything is going to be okay. Let's see here. So we were going to take our little stretch break, but I think we were going to do a 10-minute speed round, but I just don't think there is time for us to do that. I don't want to stress you out. This is our FRQ question, and then if you were to keep going, the answers are all right here, okay, with the point values and everything, so you can break that down for yourself too, and really take a good look at which one, or sorry, really take a good look at what the answers were. So I can leave this screen up for us in order to have you go ahead and write that if you want to. But again, like we said, if it's better for you to take that time to relax, then that is what's going to be better for you. We'll see if we had any other specific questions come up. It doesn't look like it. I tried to get this. Let me see if I can find it. So if you are starting to work on this FRQ, absolutely do that. If you have any like last minute questions, go ahead and throw them in the Q&A right now, or throw them in Discord. Miriam will let me know if there's anything else that's really common popping up. And we can start doing this FRQ too. So I tried to embed this sound file for y'all, but it didn't work. So I'm just going to play it and see if you can hear it. I'll play it twice real quick, but it's going to be kind of quiet. My daughter wanted to wish you all good luck tomorrow on your test. So we'll see if I can play that for you, if you can hear it. If that doesn't make you feel happy and confident, I don't know what will. Let's try it one more time. She's saying, good luck, everybody. We'll see if you can hear it. All right. Hopefully that puts you in a good mood there at the end. If not, let's go ahead and do this FRQ. So I'm going to put this timer on for you, and that'll run us to the end of our cram time here. And then the slides are available for you to check your answer. All right, guys, I'm going to put our little timer on here for you to try this FRQ. All right, guys, I'm fading out that music. I'm going to pause this. I am talking to Miriam, and I got some feedback. Obviously, if you want to continue doing the FRQ, you should absolutely do that, and then check your answers. In our last 4 minutes here, I did... Actually, let me turn my light on. It's got dark in here. I can't read. All right, got some feedback that we feel insecure about some of the major laws. So I don't have a slide on it, but I am going to tell you about them. I do have a list in front of me of all the major laws that might appear on the exam. And actually in this FRQ, one of the questions is about, what is that? Question C, identify international regulations. So that slide covering question C has a bunch of laws for you, but I'm going to rapid fire define some of the major laws. So get ready. Here we go. Okay. The Safe Drinking Water Act sets a maximum contamination level of pollutants that may have an adverse effect on human health. The Clean Water Act set a maximum permissible amount of water pollutants that can be discharged into waterways. The aim was to make surface waters swimmable and fishable. The National Environmental Policy Act is an environmental impact. Statements must be completed before any project affecting federal lands can be started. The Clean Air Act set emission standards for cars, limiting the release of air pollutants. I told you this is going to be rapid fire. Okay, hold on. Kyoto Protocol set greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets for developed countries. It was not ratified by the US or Australia. The Montreal Protocol phased out the production and use of ozone-depleting substances like CFCs. The Resource Conservation and Recovery Act controls hazardous waste with a cradle-to-grave monitoring system, meaning that if you are making a hazardous waste, you need to figure out how you are going to get rid of it. You can't just be like, whoop, dump it in the ocean. All right, Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act. This has to do with Superfund sites. So places were labeled as Superfund sites if they are massive toxic environmental areas, and they have to be mitigated. And the people responsible for creating them have to clean it up. You can't just dump things and then leave it there. Endangered Species Act identifies threatened and endangered species in the US and puts their protection ahead of economic considerations. So that's saying if there's an endangered plovers living in the sand dunes, you can't build a casino on the beach. Sorry. So again, that is the Endangered Species Act. Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species lists species that cannot be commercially traded as live specimens or wildlife products. The Lacey Act prohibits interstate transport of wild animals, dead or alive, without a federal permit. U.S. Marine Mammal Protection Act prohibits taking marine mammals in U.S. waters by any U.S. citizen and or the importing of marine mammals or marine mammal products. So you cannot have a dolphin skull or something like that in your house. You cannot own parts of marine mammals. Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act requires that coal strip mines must replace the land after they're done. So you have to like put all the land back and plant trees and make it look reasonably like it looked before you damaged it. The Low-Level Radioactivity Policy Act states that all facilities need to handle even low-level radioactive waste. You can't put that into the environment. Nuclear Waste Policy Act in the U.S. This said that we must develop a high-level nuclear waste site in order to store our nuclear waste, because we're making nuclear waste with these nuclear power plants, but we didn't know what we were going to do with it. And people were like, oh, let's just dump it in the middle of the ocean. And they said, nope, you have to create a very fancy, technical, high-level site in order to deal with this. And that is Yucca Mountain. So Yucca Mountain is our high-level waste facility for nuclear waste. And then the Ocean Dumping Ban Act said that you can no longer dump sewage, sludge, or industrial waste in the ocean anymore. We can still dump some trash in the ocean, some types of things, but no longer industrial waste products. Woo! Okay, guys, rapid fire laws. Again, Thank you so much for joining us. I want to say thank you to everyone behind the scenes that is supporting these crams. There are a lot of people on call right now who's making sure that this goes smoothly, from our development and our fearless leaders and our teachers and everyone to make this happen. Thank you guys, and thank you students for joining us. You are really what makes this happen. You're going to do amazing on your exam, whether you're taking it tomorrow or you're watching this as a replay and you're going to take it later. So here, one more time, I'll play this for you. Good luck, everybody. Excellent job. Talk to you next time.